Where's the mouse? Hello, mouse. Hello, everybody and the mouse. Welcome back to True Crime. Metrix. We're opening the defense's case today. But look, how long have we got to the export? Oh, no. That's why we're late. It was really funny when, before I put the thumbnail up, I was like, oh, man, I got to put the thumbnail, but we're going to have to be late. And I was like making the thumbnail. I was thinking to myself, hey, look, it's fine because there's still time because we're not going to start until 9:30. But then I realized that no one else knows that because you haven't told them that you're going to be late. So anyway, yeah, we're just waiting for this export. 17 minutes. 17 minutes. So the defense's case, I just had a little pre-inspection. I was thinking they were going to go straight to Katherine Magbanua. Not true. We've got Sher Bennett, the investigator who took over the position of lead investigator on the case for the Tallahassee Police Department after General Isom retired and climbed into a mud pie. We've got General Isom himself, two other dudes. They look like cops. And Jolly Green Giant Ryan Fitzpatrick at the top there. How is he? Yeah, so that's probably going to fill us out for the evening, guys. And then it's on to Katie. It's on to Katie Magbanua. But I guess for the first 16 minutes and 57 seconds, we're going to listen to a wiretap call. Everyone okay with that? Everyone okay with that? You better be.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. So is everything okay?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard or seen anything since I spoke to you. I'm just down here in Lauderhill.
Oh, you're working for it today?
Yeah.
So this is the second call between Charlie and Katie after the bump.
Oh.
I mean, remember that Haitian office?
Yeah. Oh, you were there till late?
Yeah, I won't get out of here till fucking 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, but Charlie, you didn't get there till 8:30.
scared. Like, your mom must be, like, freaking out and shit.
Well,
like,
yeah.
Somebody fucking friend her. Like, hello?
Well, someone literally, like, walked up to her on the street and shouted, called her by name, handed her something. She was, like, so shaken up, she really didn't want to talk to me on the phone. She, like...
But didn't she, like, tell your dad so, like, they can call the cops or something?
No, that's why she wants to talk to me. And, yeah.
Classic criminal on the phone. If I suggest calling the police, that means it wasn't me. Because if it was me, I wouldn't want to be calling the police. They all do it. Every single one of them does that.
You know, and then we may have to call the police. But she's going to talk to me first. I don't want to do anything just yet to see, you know, I mean, that's probably the appropriate thing to do. I mean, there's sick people that come out of the woodwork that try to make claims.
Yeah, sick people that come out the woodwork. Look who's talking, man. Dan Markel was just going to Premier Gym, looking forward to a trip up to New York City to see his tenure-holding NU professorship working, Hampton Island holidaying, fashion brother designing girlfriend for the weekend. And then look what you did when you came out of the woodwork, you sicko. Sicko. All of them.
I mean, fuck, if it's, I don't know what, I don't...
Like, somebody's threatening your mom in broad daylight, handing her an envelope and asking her to give them money. Like what the fuck is that?
She didn't even go into all the details. And I'm pretty sure the person in the thing that I thought she said your name. That's why I called you up. If they
what does that have to do with me?
I don't fucking know. But they said, like, if there was something about me and an ex-girlfriend and whatever. So I thought it's like.
Are you having any problems with any of your ex-girlfriends that's, like, maybe trying to sabotage you?
None that I was involved in a murder plot with, no. I mean, it's you. Okay, we all know it's you. Why are they doing this thing? Could have been Katie or another Katie. You know, could have been Katie 1, Katie 2, or Katie 3. I'm just going through my phone, calling every Katie that I know.
Whitney's still crazy as a fucking loon, but that's never changed. But I'm 99% sure when I was talking to her,
Who was that?
she said,
Hang on.
Whitney's still crazy as a fucking loon.
Oh, Whitney. You know what? I've never heard anything. I mean, I've heard things, obviously, but I've never seen Whitney speak. Really don't have much of a backstory there at all. Maybe we should do a Whitney special if we can.
But that's never changed. But I'm 99% sure when I was talking to her, she said it's mentioned your name, and if I'm mistaken, then I feel like
man, I've lost audio.
Down. But
like what? Like my name is on a paper?
Why does that happen?
Trust me, I'm gonna see what it says when I go down there tomorrow. And she was just shaking up, and she wanted me to talk. I don't know. All I do is work all the time. So I don't.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It's weird. And at first, when she was talking to me, I'm like, was it did I get sued
must
from
be when I
from
pause it.
Office?
So if I pause it, disconnect. I know you guys can hear the audio, but I can't. Look at DJ Miller straight in with the super sticker. Thank you, DJ. Fantastic work. Loving your work, DJ Miller.
She's like, no. I'm like, she's like, I want to talk to you. I'm like, well, was it the IRS? And she's like, no. I'm like, did a patient write something stupid on Yelp? She's like, no.
Yeah, but how would they know your mom's name? Like, that's weird.
I know her name and knew who she was and walked right up to her. She, the person wasn't threatening. It was very polite. White male in his 30s. She said she'll remember the face for the rest of her life. And made some very crazy accusations and very crazy demands. I was like, what the fuck?
But she just like that person just started demanding things from her?
I don't even know. She didn't even go into that many details. She just kind of told me that. I thought she mentioned your name, but again, I made a mistake. So I go talk to her and see what they wrote. And then the kids were in the background. They were making noise. So I'm like, all right, I'm coming down.
Your mom said to talk to me?
What's that?
Your mom said to talk to me?
No. I'm gonna go down. I said the kids were in her background, not your kids.
Oh.
And I was like, let me just. I'm like, no, I'm just gonna go. Yeah, mom wants to talk to me. I mean, who knows? I mean, if it was another girl's name and not your name, I'm gonna feel like an idiot. But for some reason, I thought.
I have no problem with you whatsoever. So.
Yeah, that's why I'm.
That's what I'm saying. You have a crazy ex-girlfriend that's like.
Yeah, and like, who goes to someone's parents? Like, dude, if someone has a problem with me, that's.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, but. The odd thing keep running through my head is that obviously, I think it's just some sicko from the newspaper looking people up, because the only reason is that if it had anything that come from me or involved me, it would have just come to whoever.
That's interesting, isn't it? He thinks it's a journalist trying to get a story, right? Like they've heard about the speculation about the Adelson family. That'd be the perfect thing. Charlie has this really bad thing when it comes to his judgment, which, like, he looks at all the possibilities, picks the one that he wants the most, and then makes himself believe that that's the one. What have we got now in the array of possibilities of who could this be? Who approached Donna on the street? Who approached my mother? Right? We've got FBI. We've got Latin King gang member, and then journalist. Which one would you rather prefer? Definitely don't want the FBI. We don't want those guys sniffing around because we'll all spend the rest of our life in prison. Definitely don't want a Latin King gang member thug man to come and beat us with sticks. No. Journalist. It's quite in a way it's quite good, but he's only thinking that way because he really doesn't want to accept either reality of FBI or Latin King gang member. He's just got this, it's like, I don't even want to go there. There's this resistance. So he goes and finds something else. He invents something. The most ridiculous suggestion, journalist from the paper, a sicko from the paper, but he invents these things so he can live in this dreamland where he doesn't have to face the reality of, listen, it's either FBI or Latin King, right? He does that repeat. We need to write this down because these patterns of behavior, we need to start listing them out. So what do we call this one? We call this one Charlie Adelson's selective invention for prevention. You see, fucking behavior panel are going to invite me on as a guest with this shit, I tell you. Selective invention for prevention. So that's SIFP. No, SI, we'll just call it SIP. SIP, Selective Invention for Prevention. SIP. So every time we notice Charlie doing that, we'll list it out and call it SIP. Patterns of behavior. Going to build a big list for the website. Oh, the website's going to be so good, folks. As soon as we get that new laptop, it's game on, motherfucker.
It is what it comes to me. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
but like that's
why?
Harassment to your mom.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I mean,
okay, that's like not cool. Like that's somebody.
Kind of thing.
Like that's a fucking.
Thank you, California Amy. We do our best. We do our best. Resolution could be a little bit higher, but this software only lets me upload 2 megabytes. So I had to make it smaller.
The first thing would have been like,
they're ruining me. They're holding me back. They're holding me back. You should have seen it full res, Amy. It was beautiful. Beautiful.
Why are you giving me this piece of paper?
Yeah.
Like,
I love this.
First thing would have been like, who the fuck are you? Why are you giving me this piece of paper?
Yeah.
Like,
that is actually what she would have said, isn't it? Who the fuck are you? Why are you giving me this piece of paper? I can totally see that. That is exactly what would have happened. Because Katie still thinks she's in high school.
Like I said, I wish I knew more, but the kids were in the background, and it was like, she couldn't even talk to me, and I said, all right, I'm coming down tomorrow. I'm going to have her make a copy of the paper, and I'm going to take a look at it. And I don't.
Yeah, but it's kind of like you shouldn't let something like that linger. Like, is she going to be in a safe place? Like,
well, no, I have a very safe building. I mean, the person came up with her on the street.
Like, I know, but you don't know how crazy it is. Like,
whoever it was,
fucking crazy people out there.
And you got to realize it's south of 5th. It's not like you're in the fucking. I mean, south of 5th is on lockdown. There's cops on every other street of south of 5th. There's cops that they just keep south of 5th sitting there. So it just was crazy that somebody would just walk. Someone knew who she was, knew where she'd be, at what time she'd be there.
That's why I'm afraid. Like, hello, like, how can it be that, like, things like that is stuff that you see on TV. Like, that's why I'm scared. That's why I'm like calling you back, because it's like, shit.
Well,
like,
that's how I know.
Yeah, you have a safe place. Yeah, but
I know, but Katie, if someone wants to find you, they find you. It doesn't matter who you are or where you are, unless you're the President of the United States. If they want you, they get you.
I know, but why would they threaten your mom about anything?
I don't know what exactly they threatened. I think it was just more of a demand. So what I'm saying is I don't know, and I'm going to find out tomorrow. I thought my mom said that the letter had mentioned your name, but this is a weird thing that keeps running through my head. If it mentions your name, and obviously you're my ex, why wouldn't the person just come find me and talk to me? I'm easy to find. Like, come find me and come talk to me. Why deal with my mom if it involves one of my exes? Like, I don't even know why she fits into anywhere in all this. It's the whole thing is very
I don't think anybody's gonna talk about me. Like, I'm like your 100th ex.
Yeah, you're like
you've gone out with probably every Katie in the world.
Well, and like I said, I haven't seen the letter. If it didn't mention your name, it mentioned some other chick's name, then I like.
But you're suing me now. Like, what the fuck? Like,
I know.
You don't want a random person coming up to me.
Well, of course, and I got like 10,000 exes. and baby mamas.
Exactly.
And baby mamas. So it could be one of my baby mamas.
Yeah, but it's like it's for somebody to come up to your mom and stuff like that, and like in broad daylight, that's scary.
Yeah. Anytime a stranger does that, that's scary. And hands you an envelope. So hang on a second, I gotta sign something. What am I signing? Okay. That wasn't a root tip, that was bony sequestration. That's what it was, right?
I mean, you should try to... Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, I just was gonna...
you should try to like talk to your mom now and make sure that she's okay. I mean, not talk to her, but like...
She's fine. She was just startled, and it's hard to get her on the phone because of the kids. That's why I'd rather just talk to her in person. So I'm gonna say,
like, you should try to talk to her tonight. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but sometimes it's hard to talk on the phone because of the kids.
No, but don't talk to her on the phone. Talk to her. Go see her. Like, that's your mom.
I know, but I'm not going to get down there till 11 o'clock, and then my dad's going to, I don't even know if she wants to say anything to my dad because she doesn't want to upset my dad. That's why she wants to talk to me to see what and I'm curious as hell. I have no idea what anything can involve you or any other ex or what it's involved. Part of me wants to go down there, and other parts, like, she doesn't want to say anything to my dad. She wants to, like, ask me if I know of anything or if anything's, probably pick my brain first and then talk to my dad. But I'll see. If it did mention your name, I'll let you know. If it didn't mention your name, then I'll try to find out which one of my other 87 exes it could be.
I don't have anything to do with you. I have a very good relationship with you. So
it's not that. I just don't. I hope. I want it. Listen, I'll keep you in the loop if you're in the loop. If you're not in the loop, you're not in the loop. So if it mentions your name, when I see it,
did you start calling every ex you have?
What's that?
Did you start calling every ex you have? Because
I'm going to be on the phone for like 3 days. Listen, if it mentions your name, I'm slammed here at the office. If it mentions your name, I'll come see you tomorrow and show you what it says. If it doesn't, I'll probably show you what it says anyway and pick your brain, because you're like one of my best friends. So no worries. At least it's not the.
Yeah, nice touch, Charlie. Just realign the union. Realign the union. I'll probably show you in it because you're my bestest best friend in the whole wide world.
IRS
Is it because I work for you?
I got no fucking clue. I mean, I think the thing is there's someone looking for money. There's a lot of fucking whack jobs out there. Let me call you back because I'm still at the office, but I'll definitely, after I see what it is, if it has anything to do with you, then I will definitely reach out to you tomorrow.
What does it do with me? Like, oh my God, you're scaring me. Like,
I know. Listen, obviously, if it was a police matter, the police would come knock on my door, I'd talk to them and help them out with whatever they could. If it's a fucking lunatic, then you deal with lunatics different ways.
I'm supposed to get, like, employee of the month. What the fuck did I do wrong?
Stop it. Just make sure you call those patients that they gave you the list from the other day. I got to go.
I did. I always do.
All right, I got to go. Bye.
Yeah. You really don't want to be... I mean, he's the perfect guy to wiretap, isn't he? Because he just can't stop talking. Anyone else would be, a little more reserved on the telephone. Okay, we got 2 minutes and 15 seconds for our export. What about this one?
Hello. Hey. Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, what's up?
Not much. I'm driving to work and I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Are
you the one right by Sully's office?
Uh-huh.
By the way, I remembered your bonsai tree.
The what?
Bonsai.
Oh, okay.
You gonna come?
Yeah, let me, I gotta figure out, so what time are you there? 2?
Yeah, probably like 4, actually.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah, I think I'm gonna have like a short day anyways. I have a couple of things to take care of, so. The one right by Sully's job?
Yeah, remember that lady's office? So nice. I think I did a wisdom tooth there for you.
Oh, okay. I just got to remember. I have a lot of things in my head right now. So.
Instead of going to Rob's office where you make a left off commercial, you make a right, and then it's down on the left side.
It's on the left. Like how far down?
Like half a mile down.
Half a mile. Okay.
On your east side.
Yeah.
It's like in a white top brick building.
It's like heading back to my old office, right?
Yeah.
Like if I'm going back to my okay.
Yeah, you take commercial, you pass Sully's shop, and you make a right instead of a left on Federal.
On Federal.
So you're heading south.
Okay.
And then it's like half a mile on the left side. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I remember what it is.
Dr. Julia Newles, N-U-L-E-S.
Okay, not a problem. I probably have to get something checked anyway, so.
Oh, Sully?
Huh? No, well, yeah, besides that, but I probably, something.
So go ahead and text me when you have a rough idea on time.
Well, I will.
And, I mean, as long as you're not traveling in traffic, it won't be too bad.
Okay. All
right. Sounds good. Hit me up later.
Bye.
All right, 10, 9, 8, 7. It's taken more than 3 hours to export this video, man. When we get that new machine, the new Metrix machine, the Beast. That's what we should call it, huh? The Beast. The Beast. It's going to be a lot quicker. Okay, we're done with the export. Finally. God. The stress is killing me. Where is it now? Okay. Exports, videos, Magbanua. There it is. Okay, so I think the lip sync is slightly out, but that's not my fault. That was like that on the original, and yeah, it's not that bad. You can just about notice it, but it still all makes sense, and the mouth is moving like maybe a half a second behind the audio, but that's okay. We'll get through. Okay, remember to give us a feedback on the audio levels, guys. We want it the same as the microphone for the most part.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're here this morning in the state of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua, 2016 CF 3036, 2018 CF 497. Ms. Magbanua is present along with her counsel and also counsel for the state. Okay, the first thing that we need to address is any motions that the defense would like to present. And so, Ms. Kawass?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And for the record, the state has rested.
So, Your Honor, at this time, the defense would like to renew all previous motions and objections and make our first motion for judgment of acquittal as it relates to the charges against Ms. Magbanua. I'll start first with the principle to first-degree murder. To sustain a conviction as a principle for a crime committed by another, the state must prove that the defendant intended that the crime be committed and did some act or some word that would cause or assist the other person in actually committing the crime. In this case, Judge, it's very clear, even through the state's lead detective, the only direct evidence in this case against Ms. Magbanua's involvement comes from the words of Luis Rivera. Everything else is circumstantial as it relates to Ms. Magbanua's involvement. In this case, the only thing he was able to testify to as to Ms. Magbanua's involvement is that Garcia said that she is the mastermind behind all of this. There were no details as to who did the hiring, how the money was transferred. Rivera just said everything came through Garcia.
Really? Because I heard that she went and picked up the money and brought it to King Reyes.
And he was hired by Garcia, who was paid afterwards by Katie. So in this case, Judge, we don't have any evidence that Ms. Magbanua intended that this crime be committed or did anything to assist. I'm going to point the court to the case of Williams versus State, which is a Florida first DCA case from 2021, 314 Southern 3rd 775. The state failed to produce, and this is a murder for hire case, Judge. The state failed to produce evidence to make out a prima facie case that Miss Williams was a principal to murder. In this case, they found that only the culpable conduct, Miss Williams was a defendant in the case, was that she helped to develop an alibi. She included considerations of ways to kill the victim in the case, and she was agreeing to encourage the person to go out so that he could end up being killed by who was her, I guess, lover at the time, who ended up being a witness that testified against her. And the court actually overturned her jury conviction for a principal for first-degree murder. That case actually delineates very well, accessory after the fact, accessory before, and the principal case as it relates to first-degree murder. And I feel that that case is controlling here. They had more evidence in that case as it relates to principal for first-degree murder. So I would say that in this case, we have even less, because the only evidence as it relates to what Ms. Magbanua allegedly did to assist in this came from the words of Luis Rivera, which all he was able to say was that she was a mastermind. I'm also going to rely on Rocker versus State, 122 Southern 3rd 898 as the language in there as it relates to circumstantial evidence. I won't go over all of that, Judge. I'm just going to rely on that of what circumstantial evidence can be to establish principle. I'm going to now move on to count 2, conspiracy to commit murder. A conspiracy exists where there is an express or implied agreement between 2 or more persons to commit a criminal offense and an intention to commit the offense, which in this case is murder. We have 0 evidence before this court of an agreement between Ms. Magbanua and any member of the Adelson family. In fact, the state's own witness, Ms. Adelson, said that her family had nothing to do with this. The court is very well aware that the state can't rely on impeachment evidence to substantiate the charges and the elements of the charges, because impeachment evidence isn't substantive evidence. So the court has to look at all the evidence that was not impeachment. All we have left here is Luis Rivera saying Garcia says she's the mastermind or the go-between. There's nothing in there that says who she conspired with, what the agreement was. He explicitly said he had no information as it relates to that because he doesn't know those people, and that all the information came to him from Garcia. And in this case, in this courtroom, the only thing he was able to say as it relates to Ms. Magbanua, anything occurring before the murder, was he told me that, she's in the middle. Count 3, solicitation to commit murder. The elements are that the state has to prove that the defendant commanded, hired, requesting, and encouraged another person to commit a crime, and that the intent that the other person commit the crime. In this case, I'm relying on the same argument, Judge, because only direct evidence comes from Luis Rivera's mouth. There's nothing else to substantiate who it was that solicited Sigfredo Garcia. He didn't explicitly say that Sigfredo told him that Katie was the one that came to him to get him to do the murder. He just said Garcia showed up at his residence, or actually he found out, whichever one it is, that he found out on the way up on the first trip what it was. And then he then testifies that he hears Garcia talking on the phone and
evening riding shotgun. Nice to see you.
Believes it to be Miss Magbanua, but there is no direct evidence that Miss Magbanua solicited either one of them to do this crime. So, Your Honor, I know you've been paying close attention to all the evidence in this case. I'll rely on the court's recollection of how the evidence presented itself, but that's our argument as it relates to first JOA, that the state has failed to establish those elements as being a prima facie case of any of the 3 charges that I just went over.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kawass.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Kappelman?
This should be good.
Your Honor, the facts taken in the light most favorable to the case, including the testimony of Luis Rivera as well as Jessica Rodriguez as direct evidence, and coupled with all the circumstantial evidence in the case in the light most favorable to the state, is sufficient to go.
And coupled. Got to remember that one. That's a nice word.
Go to the jury in this case. The distinction between our case and the Williams case that the defense cited is twofold. One, in that case, the court found there was insufficient evidence to show that the defendant planned anything or stage managed the murder. In this case, as the defense mentioned, Rivera describes her as the mastermind and does offer details. She's the one that hired. She's the one that paid. She's the one that told them to take stuff off Instagram. She told them when to kill, who to kill, and where to go to do it. She's the one that provided all the direction or stage managing in this case, different from what we had in the Williams case. In addition, a very important distinction is that this defendant was paid and...
Isn't it? You know, there's no evidence that she did any stage management. All right, well, how did Garcia know who Dan Markel was? He's never met Charlie. They've never spoken at all.
Paid others to do the murder, which is distinguishing from the Williams case. So I would ask that you deny the motion and let the case go to the jury.
All right, thank you. Okay, the court will find that there is sufficient evidence in the light most favorable to the state for all three charges to go to the jury. In regards to the first-degree murder, there was sufficient evidence proven by the state that the victim is dead, that the death was caused by the defendant, and that it was also premeditated, that she acted as a principal, had the conscious act to perform the criminal act, and also did some act to assist in the murder. That evidence consists of Rivera's testimony, which is direct evidence that implicated the defendant, from which the jury could find that this murder was committed by the defendant. That's also supported by both direct and circumstantial evidence, which would include the bank records, the employment records, the content of the intercepted phone calls, along with the timing of the intercepted phone calls, the substance of the meeting at the Dolce Vita restaurant, and then also other independent witness testimony, particularly testimony in regards to the money payment that went to Rivera and how that was done. There's also sufficient evidence to prove both the conspiracy and the solicitation. There was evidence of the intent to commit the murder, and also that she conspired with other people, namely Charlie Adelson, Mr. Garcia, and Mr. Rivera, with the intent to commit this murder, and also the solicitation. She solicited a person, namely Mr. Garcia, and that there is evidence of that, and that she commanded or hired that person or people, both Garcia and Rivera, in order to commit this crime. So therefore, in the light most favorable to state, there is sufficient evidence for this to go to the jury, and the motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. All right, so we are moving at this point to the defense case. And who would like to speak on behalf of the defense?
So much of criminal trials, right, is going through that kind of thing. Even though Tara Kawass knows that there's no way that the court is going to grant that. If they don't go through it, by the time they get to appeal, post-conviction, should that happen, you know, it's not a good look if you didn't try for an acquittal. They must get so bored of it. You know, I mean, this is a really gripping case and everything, but most cases, it's like watching paint dry, even the good bits, right? And then so much of it is like this, there's no point to that. The judge must hate that, going through that. You know, no, you want an acquittal? Well, there's sufficient evidence in the light most favorable to the state, so it's going to the jury.
Defense case this morning. I'm just going to ask about witnesses and that type of thing.
Oh,
Mr. Decoste?
for a second there, I was cut off guard. I'm like, can only one of us do the witnesses? I'll speak on it, Your Honor.
All right. So I received a list. I appreciate that. And so I see this, that you have a list of 6 witnesses. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And this does not include, at this point, it does not include Ms. Magbanua, but is that a decision that you want to make after these witnesses, or are you prepared to make that decision at this point? Or is your client prepared to make that decision at this point?
we would prefer to do it after, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. What do you anticipate?
Yeah, we want to see how it goes
in regards to these witnesses.
You sure you don't want to ask Ms. Kawass that?
Well, no, I'd rather ask you, and then I'll add a couple hours to that.
All right. Perfect.
Oh my God, because Chris Decoste has obviously had a history of bad timekeeping with Judge Wheeler. But they can laugh about it because, you know, even Katie's probably laughing at that. She likes to see the judge smile.
Your Honor, this may help out as well, too, for the timing. Unfortunately, this system has gone down, and we need the system in some part for each witness.
Okay.
And I apologize, I don't know his name. The tech guy came, and then he said he's calling facilities management. There's no power going to it, so we're not going to be able to.
I didn't know that. Okay.
My anticipation, I'll go through the witnesses. Craig Isom, I think the direct examination is going to be about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
So 40 minutes. And then, obviously, cross-examination. We do have Trooper Downing, who is here, the FHP trooper. We haven't spoken to him yet. We're going to push him a little bit later in calling the witnesses and have a conversation with him. Ryan Fitzpatrick, we flew him up. He's here. He's going to be a little bit longer, and Ms. Kawass can tell me how long she thinks that examination is going to be.
Judge, I don't anticipate my direct being more than 30 minutes.
40
minutes stops.
Michael Dilmore, he's laying the foundation to enter in some items, sort of like the ZRT report, which is a download of Sigfredo Garcia's phone.
All right.
Jason Newlin, who of course is here, I think that his direct examination is going to be about 45 minutes. His is the longer one.
All right.
And then our first witness of the morning is Sher Bennett. She's being called to impeach Jessica Rodriguez. It's a matter of playing 5 minutes of a recorded phone call with Jessica Rodriguez.
Sher Bennett is the replacement for General Isom after he retired and climbed into a mud pie.
So figure 10, 15 minutes.
Now, what about can you play, do you have power to play that recorded phone call from there?
I do, but I don't think it's going to be loud enough for the jury. On all witnesses, too, there's an aspect of showing something on the Elmo to be able to go over it.
Well, do you have all those things on paper, or do you have them just in your computer? The things that you're going to show to the witnesses. Do you have them on paper also?
No.
Well, how are they going to be admitted into evidence?
Well, I can go through it. There's certain, for example, the maps that we use, it's best in the electronic form because the printout can't get although we have the maps in evidence.
All right. Are these demonstratives? I'm just trying to see if we can get it done with some of these, because I don't want to hold things up just because we're dealing with this. We're going to try to get it fixed, but if we've got things in paper that we can show to the jury, you know, we've done that at one time or another.
Correct, and that's the way that we used to do it before all this.
Right.
My hope is that we can get an idea of whether it's going to get fixed right now. I haven't gone, because I just came in, I got my stuff set up. I haven't gone through it to figure out what I need it for and what I don't. I can look real quick and see.
All right, it looks like we're going to find that out right now, so let's see if we can. Maybe we're running power from another source.
Judge, can I be heard while they're working on that?
Sure.
Okay, on the issue of defense exhibits, throughout the course of this trial, we have really not been privy to what the defense is showing the witnesses. That's been explained as we don't know what we're going to use until the minute we use it. But now this is the defense case. The defense knows what witnesses they're going to call. They know what exhibits they're going to use. So I would ask that the state be permitted to view whatever evidence they intend to use today and show the witnesses today. The only exhibit I'm aware of as we stand here right now is there's a portion of an interview with Jessica Rodriguez that they intend to publish. I'm not aware of anything in that interview that's inconsistent with what Jessica Rodriguez said that she was confronted with and denied saying. So at this point, I'm going to object to the admission of that item. I think that's something that needs to be done outside the presence of the jury and rule on before we get in front of the.
All right. So first of all, in regards to exhibits, any exhibits that you have that you anticipate that you're going to enter into evidence today, the state needs to see those.
Okay. So, Your Honor, to make clear on this, days ago, I went over with Ms. Dugan and went through these items. There's nothing new in here. It's all from their discovery. We've reviewed it. I'm going to review it with them again so that there's no surprises, so that they can't claim that they haven't seen it. This idea that we have not given them items, first, it's incorrect because it's from their evidence. But yes, as I'm questioning, there's a difference in between exhibits in impeachment items when I'm questioning Agent Sanford. And he says
I understand that.
Okay.
I don't need to get into
Okay.
that. If you anticipate that you're going to use some exhibits today, if you could just show them to the state
Will do.
so that they can take a look at them. Secondly, what is this? There's a recorded statement of Jessica Rodriguez?
Correct. And Your Honor remembers her testimony. She said that with respect to not being, that Investigator Bennett in the phone call says, you were aware that I was going to be calling you. And Jessica Rodriguez says yes. So she's being impeached on that topic. She said that this
Aware that I was going to be calling you?
Correct. So Sherry Bennett, Investigator Bennett in the phone call says, Ms. Rodriguez, you were aware I was going to be calling you. To which Ms. Rodriguez says yes. In her testimony, she said that she was not aware that the phone call was coming in. She also testified that this alleged money drop happened in July of 2014, yet in the phone call she said,
Patricia Burns says, True Crime Metrix, did I tell you I got bright yellow Chuck Taylors for my birthday in March and a pair of Adidas jeans in light gray and bright orange? I was thrilled to dolly rags. Wow. That is some vibrant stuff. What is a Chuck Taylor? I'm so naive. Is that a shoe? Is that a shoe? Okay, fantastic. Yeah, no. I took a picture. I was in the store the other day. I saw a pair of Nikes, silver, shiny, and I took a picture. Oh, thank you so much, Amy. Yes, we did make a goal at the top of the chat, guys, for the Beast. You know, we've got, when's my mother coming over? The 4th. We've got like 10 days. I reckon we can do it in 10 days. If you want to help and contribute and chip in to getting the amazing Metrix Beast, what does that mean for you? It means better streams. It means higher quality streams. It means other long-term big projects that are going to be awesome. Okay? Really good stuff. I mean, so much. It means a lot. I mean, if it means a lot to you, help us out. Goal at the top of the chat. You don't have to. If you want to, you can. That's what it's for. And it's just straight back into the business. Yeah. Nice.
August, September. She says that Katherine handed the bag, but in the phone call said he had the bag in reference to Garcia. She said that she pressed Katie to find out what was in the bag and that Katie didn't know what was in the bag. She then stated that it was Garcia that called Rivera, not Katherine Magbanua. And most importantly, Your Honor, she is very clear in saying that, and again, we believe that these are all allegations, so they're not entered for the truth of the matter asserted, but we're still only using it for impeachment. She says that Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua left before Luis Rivera got there, which is a complete contradiction to what she said on the stand the other day. That's all we're playing. It's about a 5-minute portion. There's other stuff.
I'm going to allow it as impeachment testimony. You're getting this in through who? Through what witness?
The investigator, Sherry Bennett, who did the recorded phone call.
All right.
So I'll lay the foundation with her, play it, and that's the extent of her testimony.
Okay. You're going to mark it as an exhibit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What, any progress?
Well,
okay. We think we've made some progress. I see lights on over there.
So, Your Honor, I have a recording of the entire phone call, but because I'm using it for impeachment, I think the government would agree that I can't enter it in as substantive evidence.
Oh, okay.
I can mark it for the record, though.
No. That was my mistake. You're correct.
Okay.
All right. Do we want to check, Counsel, you want to check and make sure that there's power coming to this now and everything is operating as you need? Because it looks like it is. All right. Now, in regards to Trooper Downing, he's here in the courtroom. Are you anticipating that he's going to testify today?
Given the communication, so he walked in when Your Honor was on the bench. I think that's when we noticed that he was here. Based on ASA Dugan's email yesterday, we still have to talk to him.
All right. Well, we don't want him in the courtroom then, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Trooper Downing, good morning. I'm going to ask, sir, that you please remain outside the courtroom until if and when you testify, and during our break, counsel will talk with you at that time, okay? Thank you for being here. All right, and you're going to be able to talk with him during the first break?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that we can, if we need to get him done this morning, that would be most efficient so that he can then resume his duties. Okay, anything else before we bring the jury in? From the defense, Mr. Decoste?
No, Your Honor. Just one of us would like to step outside to make sure that our witnesses are here. They weren't before we started.
All right.
They were told to be here right before now.
We're ready to start. Ms. Kappelman, anything?
No, sir. I'm just assuming there are no exhibits being shown to this first witness.
Ms. Kawass, do you know that? Well, I think this first witness, we have the audio that's being played.
I believe that's the only thing, Judge.
And that's the only one. Okay. All right, let's bring in the jury, please.
We got Bennett and Isom just waiting on Dilmore, but we can start with
All right,
Investigator
the jury's
Bennett.
coming in. The only exhibit for this first witness is the audio, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning. Good to see you. Morning. Hi. Good morning. Morning. Okay, good morning, everyone. Please be seated. The state has rested its case, as you saw yesterday, and so we're now ready to proceed with the defense portion of the case. And Mr. Decoste, the defense may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. The defense calls Sergeant Sherry Bennett.
Sergeant Sherry Bennett, please.
She's not a sergeant, Chris.
Somebody will need to go out and get her, Mr. Decoste.
I get it.
Okay. Good morning. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Sergeant, good morning. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Officer Sherry Bennett of Tallahassee Police Department.
I apologize. I upped your rank.
Yes.
All right. What was your involvement in this case? At one time, you were an investigator, correct?
Correct.
And you were involved in this case. If you could explain to the jury your involvement.
I was initially involved with assisting with some of the paperwork, typing up search warrant subpoenas, and a lot of the data that has been collected by the other investigators and put together for orders that were needed.
At one point in time, did you do a phone interview of a witness, Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, I did.
All right, now that's one of the topics that we're going to talk about. That's the second one. Let's go to the first topic, which is the arrest warrant of Ms. Magbanua. Were you involved in that?
Yes, I presented the arrest warrant to the judge to be signed.
After an arrest warrant is presented to a judge and signed, what is done with it?
It is usually entered into NCIC FCIC at the clerk of courts. I believe this one was signed after hours.
And once you enter it into the system, would it be available, let's say, the next business day to your colleagues?
Yes.
Does it even matter whether it's a business day?
Yes.
All right.
If it's entered after hours, it is temporarily entered. It is not available through the clerk of court, so therefore a copy has to be sent to someone until the clerk of courts opens the next business hours.
Now that's through the courthouse, but throughout TPD, Tallahassee Police Department, your colleagues at TPD would have access to those documents, right?
No.
The other officers that you're working on the case, Investigator Craig Isom, he'd have access to the arrest warrant, correct?
Yes, I sent it to him directly.
When did you send it to him?
After it was signed that same night.
Do you have any reason to believe that he didn't receive it?
No.
How did you send it to him?
Through email.
All right. Now let's go to Jessica Rodriguez. Who is Jessica Rodriguez in relation to this case?
She is the girlfriend of Rivera.
Do you remember when you did a phone interview of Jessica Rodriguez?
I believe it was September 30th of 2016.
And if you could explain to the jury the relation of that date to Luis Rivera's cooperation.
I was aware he was at the time in an interview with Detective or Investigator Isom and Pat Sanford.
So on September 30th, 2016, Agent Sanford and Investigator Isom meet with Luis Rivera and they inform you that there's cooperation happening?
Yes.
And what was the reason for your phone call to Jessica Rodriguez?
I was summoned to the state attorney's office to make the call regarding her providing a statement.
Was it your understanding that Luis Rivera was allowed to speak to her before that phone interview?
I'm unaware.
Was this phone call recorded?
Yes, it was.
You have that published?
You may.
This is she. How can I help you?
Hi, this is Investigator Sher Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department. Were you aware that I was going to be calling you?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get started, I just want to verify you are who you are. Can you give me the last 4 digits of your social security number?
5873. How long is this going to take? Because I'm working right now.
It shouldn't take very long. Okay. Just a few minutes. And can you tell me your full name, please?
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Jessica Rodriguez.
All right, Jessica. And are you comfortable talking to us without an attorney present?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So from my understanding is you received a large sum of money for Luis Rivera. Is that correct?
I received a bag that had money in it. My understanding, it was supposed to be money and drugs in it. But then now I come to find out that it was just money. I never really looked inside the bag. I was just told what it was.
Okay. When was this that you received this?
To be honest, I don't remember. My daughter was just newborn. So I'm guessing August, September. I can't date time. I don't want to tell you something and then it'd be a lie because I really don't remember.
Right.
I know I had my daughter in June, so my daughter had to be at least two months, I think. 2 months or a month.
Okay. What year?
20.
I mean, no, the daughter was a month because it was July 19th that this happened, right? When she got the bag.
14 when she was born.
Okay. were you when you received this money?
I was home.
What was your address at that time?
136th Street. I don't remember the 11. I don't remember the beginning of it. I just know it was my apartment's on 135th Street.
Okay. And who brought the money over to you?
Dudo and Katie.
Tudo and Katie?
Yes.
Okay. And what did they say when they brought it over to you? Did you know they were coming with it?
No, they just showed up in the house. To me, it was my knowledge for them to see the baby, since I hadn't seen them in a while. They showed up to the house. He had a bag. He said, "This is for tea." I said, "What is it for?" He's like, "Oh, don't worry about it." And I'm like, "Okay, whatever." I put the bag away. Katie was looking at the baby. I was trying to get it out of her. Like, what did he just bring? Taco or whatever. But she was also like, "Oh, I don't know. He just picked me up, so I don't know what's going on. I just came to see the baby." I said, "Okay, no problem." But as soon as they were there, let's say 10 minutes, looking at the baby, I guess he called my husband, and my husband rushed from wherever he was at to get.
He flew.
Obviously, if I would have stayed longer with the bag, I would have opened it and seen what was in it.
Right. And when you say your husband, you mean Luis Rivera, correct?
Yes.
And Tato?
Yes.
All right. And can you describe the bag it was in?
It was in like a public bag. It was like a grocery bag. It wasn't in nothing like fancy or major or nothing like that. It was like wrapped in a grocery bag.
Like a plastic grocery bag?
Yeah, like a plastic grocery bag, and I don't know what was inside of it, like wrapped in. I thought it was like a brick of like cocaine or something, because it felt like a brick. So my first thing was, "You're bringing drugs to my house." That's why I kept asking questions. What is this for? But inside, it was like a couple of grocery bags, like wrapped all in one and tied.
Okay. All right. And was there anybody else there when this happened?
No.
Just you and the baby?
Yeah, just me and the baby.
And then it was Katie and Tudo that showed up, and then Rivera came home.
Yeah. Well, Tudo went upstairs first, and he opened the door, and I said, "Where's Katie?" He's like, "In the car." So that's when I went out to the balcony, and I said, "You're not going to see your niece?" And she started laughing, and that's when she came upstairs. But it was like within a couple seconds of me opening the door to him.
Okay. And what is the actual legal name for Tudo? Who do you know Tudo as? I know Tudo's his nickname.
Yeah, we know him as Tudo. I believe his last name is Garcia. His first name is really weird to pronounce, like Sigfredo or some crap like that.
Okay. All right.
Some Sigfredo or some crap like that. I didn't know that was such a peculiar name. I mean, Sigfredo. What? That's a name.
Is there anything else about that night that stands out to you? Anything that you can think of? How did they say anything specific?
They didn't say anything once Louis got there. They had already left before Louis got there. But once Louis got there, he just grabbed the bag and he left. The bag was never, after that moment, back in my house or anything like that.
Officer Bennett, just a few questions on this, just to make sure that it's clear. Do you know who Tuto is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Tudo is Sigfredo Garcia.
And who is Tata?
That is Luis Rivera.
Do you know who Tuto is? Yes. And who is that? Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia. And do you know a Tato? This is ridiculous. What is it with this case that it's got all these things that it's just part of the furniture now, isn't it, for all of us? I don't think I'm ever going to be the same again. This case, it's just ridiculous. How is the judge not seeing the surreal nature of these questions and just stopping the entire process? Mistrial. Stop. This is madness. Do you know a Tato?
And you'd agree with me that there was interchangeable using names and nicknames in that call?
Yes.
Is your understanding that what Jessica Rodriguez is saying is that Garcia and Katherine come to the house and that they leave before Rivera even gets there?
Yes.
At one point in time, you were co-lead investigator on this case?
Yes.
The alleged payment that Luis Rivera talks about, he says that it happens on July 19th, right?
I'm unaware of what he said.
Your understanding is that it was the day after the murder?
I don't recall.
You do recall that Jessica Rodriguez, though, said that this happened in August or September?
Yes.
And that that bag was given to her by Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
And that Katherine Magbanua had no idea?
She did not say that.
She did not say that she pressed Katherine Magbanua and that she didn't know anything?
I don't recall about the bag.
With respect to what was going on?
Oh, yes.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Latin style.
Cross-examination.
So that didn't go well, did it? I mean, this witness has been brought up to impeach Jessica Rodriguez. There was no conclusion there. He just walked off. He just walked off. He gave up. Now who's coming up, Sarah or Georgia?
What she actually said about the dates was that she couldn't remember, right?
Yes.
That it was shortly after her daughter was born, which we learned in this trial was June 27th.
Yes.
And what she said is her best guess is August or September, but she doesn't want to say for sure because she can't be sure. She had her daughter in June, so my daughter had to be at least two months or a month.
That is correct.
So a month from June 27th would be July 27th. 2 months would be August 27th.
Correct.
So somewhere in that neighborhood, but she couldn't tell you the date.
Correct.
One moment, please.
Okay.
Regarding whether or not Katie knew what was going on, was there ever a question and answer in your interview about whether or not Katie knew what was going on?
No.
Okay. She said that Jessica Rodriguez told you that she asked Katie what was in the bag, and Katie said she didn't know.
Correct.
But she didn't say she didn't know what was going on.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we can excuse the witness. She's free to go?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, officer. Have a good day.
Your Honor, step up.
A black shirt with a navy blazer. I think there's a Challenger Hellcat that has those colors.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Certainly. My name is Mike Dilmore. I'm an investigator with the Tallahassee Police Department. That's Dilmore.
And what do you currently do for the Tallahassee Police Department?
I'm an investigator with the Technical Operations Unit, and I do digital forensics.
Do you work with Sergeant Corbett?
I do. He's my
Good
supervisor.
All right. So you did some work in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you could explain to the jury the different tasks you did on this case.
Certainly. My job in digital forensics is to go through computers and cell phones to find evidence. So when an investigator comes something across some electronic storage device in their case that they believe evidence is on, they'll either get consent or a search warrant, bring it to me or my partner, and we'll go through it and try to find that evidence. So in this case, I did some cell phones, a computer, and some iCloud returns, things like that.
Did you happen to do any work on a phone that belonged to Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, sir.
Was it your understanding that that phone was received after he was arrested?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And what kind of work did you do on that phone?
One moment to get my documents up.
Yeah, if you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know what you're taking a look at so it goes on the record here.
Certainly.
And you'll take a look at it and then let us know.
Just opening up my activity log to see what I did on this particular phone.
Well, you didn't do that before you came up. What do you mean you're opening up your activity log?
So I believe I did cell write extractions on this particular phone.
Is that related to something called a ZRT report?
No, sir. The ZRT is different. The ZRT is where a camera is used to take pictures of the device if we can't extract the data itself out of it. I believe another investigator actually did a ZRT on a different phone.
Did you do a download and a corresponding ZRT?
It's not quite a navy blue, is it? More of an ocean breeze.
Report for Sigfredo Garcia's phone.
No, sir. I did the Celebrate report.
All right. Now, there is a long report that has your name on it, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is that called, if I'm calling that by the wrong
Right.
term?
Yeah, it was listed in the email as a ZRT, but it's actually a Celebrate report.
This is why there's a technical unit, right?
Leslie, it's a pro, baby. No messing around. No, I've been researching it. Thinking of all the fucking great Metrix projects we're going to be able to do, man. It's going to be so good. There's a whole list here. And I think it's going to happen. I think we're closing the gap, guys. But if anyone wants to support the dream, fucking goal at the top of the chat. It's going to be fantastic. What have we got? About 10 days we've got to put the hat around.
Explain to all of us what this stuff is.
Just let me get that one open. And that particular report that you're talking about was done with a Celebrate Youth.
Right. We're at 38 minutes and 25 seconds. I just want to go back to Sherry Bennett and put her next to this car. 38 minutes and 25 seconds. I mean, yeah. You can't say they're dissimilar.
And that particular report that you're talking about was done with a Celebrate Youth device. It's a universal forensic extraction device. And basically, I connect the phone to it and then extract the data to my computer.
And you did that for Sigfredo Garcia's phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you review the information that was downloaded?
No, sir, not at the time.
Have you since reviewed it?
Some of it, yes, sir.
And in your review of that, did you find that, let me back up here. With that download, you're getting data off of the phone. Does it include things like text messages?
Yes, sir, it does.
Since the time that you did this work leading up to today, have you reviewed those messages?
Some of them, yes, sir, I have.
And in your review of some of those messages, did you find that Sigfredo Garcia was in communication with Luis Rivera during May?
Jessica, because we need the processor power, baby. We do heavy work.
Of 2016?
I cannot say that's for certain. I do not know Luis Rivera's phone number.
Did you find in there that there was communications that within the communication referenced Luis Rivera?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if you don't remember, we can take a look at the document, but do you remember the time frame of those communications, when they began and when they went until?
I believe it was May of 2016.
If I were to ask you the specific day, would you know, or is it something you need to take a look at the items?
I'll need to take a look.
You're okay, approach?
May.
Right, I have it open right here as well.
So Investigator Dilmore, when did the communications between, and again, this is Sigfredo Garcia's phone.
Correct.
And your understanding from the content of the messages that it's Luis Rivera, or do you know if it's Luis Rivera or somebody that goes by the name of Tato?
I can say that stored in the device, in the context, it was listed, I believe, as T, just the letter T. But in one of the messages, it
Was T behind what happened to me? Oh, I love that. I love that. Hey, you know what I haven't heard this evening yet at all? I haven't heard this.
Charlie,
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. I'm going to put a new one on tomorrow, guys. I'm going to put fucking A, bro.
said this is Tato, T-A-T-O.
Now, this is coming from another cell phone or another phone number?
Another phone number, yes, sir.
If you could tell the jury when those communications begin.
Sure. Looks like the first one that looks like May 11th of 2016.
Would you agree with me that it continues for the next week or so?
I believe it goes through the 16th of May, if I'm not mistaken. Double check real quick. The last one I have here is May 16th of 2016.
All right. You would agree with me that this is not coming from an email account?
It does not appear to be. It says that it's from a phone number.
Do you know if the technical operations unit ever did any work to find out if the phone number that these messages that Mr. Garcia's handset was communicating with, whether any work was done on that to find out whose cell phone it is?
I don't know.
But you yourself didn't do any work on that?
No, sir.
All right. Now, you also did, and I think it was a celebrate, but you're going to let the jury know if I'm wrong on that, with respect to Charles Adelson's iCloud, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, just for education purposes, my understanding is that a warrant or a subpoena is sent to Apple. Apple gives you data.
Nice one, Ryden. Thank you.
And you need to put it into a system to then interpret that data, correct?
That's correct.
And the Celebrite program interprets that data so it will organize contacts, calendar events, recordings, messages, stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
You were involved in the review of Mr. Adelson's iCloud information, correct?
I did the processing of it and created the report for it. Yes, sir.
In your review and in your prior testimony with respect to that iCloud data, did you come across a phone number, 954-581-1747?
Yes, sir. I believe I did.
And that was in Charles Adelson's iCloud data?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Was it saved under the name Eco-Friendly Shop?
Yes, sir.
Did you happen to find that same phone number in the download of Sigfredo Garcia's phone?
Yes, sir.
And what was it saved under?
I'll give you one moment and I'll tell you. Could you give me the number one more time, please?
954.
Yes, sir.
581-1747.
Sully Mech, I believe.
Do you know who Sully Mech or Eco-Friendly Shop is?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know if any investigation was done into that phone number, the 954-581-1747 number?
I don't know.
I don't think Christopher Decoste even believes himself anymore. He's lost confidence.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
He's much better at cross, isn't he? I mean, if it's windy. If it's a decent, honest witness, then he's annoying.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
No, sir.
Oh,
Okay.
that was
release the witness.
Yes.
Chris, that was another big pile of nothing. I think he's actually damaging his case.
Please.
Okay. All right. You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, I'm going to walk out and get him. It's
All
going
right.
to be Craig Isom.
Okay.
Well, here he comes, the man himself. I think he's in the cafeteria.
Good morning.
Morning.
We are going to swear you in again. Sure. Okay. Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Hello again, Mr. Isom.
He's wearing a tie today. Do you remember when in the first trial? When he came in with like the top 4 buttons of his shirt undone and strutted. He strutted to the witness stand to the tune of Staying Alive.
Hello.
Hello. Big friendly Papa Isom grin. Oh, hang on, sir. Metrix, help. I'm drawing a total blank. What did Katie say before fucking A, bro? I can suddenly not recall, and it's driving me crazy. Or if anyone remembers, please tell me. Alzheimer's. Well, I remember what she said after when she went on that fucking I'm gonna fuck up whoever fucking fuck you in the ass, motherfucker. I don't know what she said before. I don't think I have that call marked that I can look up. Someone else help Michelle. She's panicking.
Or retired investigator.
Yes, sir.
I want to point you in reference to Miss Magbanua. When you testified for the government, you talked about circumstantial evidence. You remember that?
Yes.
All right. Now,
Vaguely.
Vaguely. I think I had the mud pie. Investigator Isom, your lunch was what?
one of the pieces of circumstantial evidence was the cash deposits, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the theory was that it was payment for a murder, right?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you can't say the source.
Correct.
And this is in relation to her work at nightclubs. You can't say the source because there was not a full investigation of the nightclubs, correct?
Correct.
By you, there was actually zero investigation.
Correct.
And
he went to the nightclubs and he saw that they were serving chicken tenders. So he ordered a couple of buckets of those and then was too full to ask questions.
no reason why you didn't investigate. It was just an oversight.
Correct.
And you would agree with me, too, that you made many trips to South Florida for other investigative purposes.
I don't know how you define many, but we were down there a number of times.
Do you know who Juan Marcos Vega is?
I've heard this name during the state's case that you provided. I do not know him.
Did you ever meet with him?
No.
Is it your understanding that at the time he was a Latin King probationer?
I don't know him. I don't have any background on him.
All right. Now, you do know who Investigator Jason Newlin is, correct?
Yes.
Works with the... So you were an investigator for Tallahassee Police Department. Jason Newlin is an investigator that is law enforcement but works for their office.
Yes.
You received no information from him with respect to any information that Juan Marcos Vega had, right?
I recall that there was a communication between myself and Newlin about someone in Central Florida. I do not recall the name. And to my understanding, whatever he found out, I don't have knowledge of.
Now, based on whatever information Investigator Newlin gives to you, that would dictate what work you do, right? Let me ask that a different way.
Okay.
If he can tell you that there's somebody that has potential information about the case, it's natural that you're not going to investigate it, right?
I missed half of that. Are you saying that I would not investigate if someone told me there's something pertaining to the case?
No, I'll back up and I'll ask that.
Okay.
So Jason Newlin doesn't tell you about the importance of Juan Marcos Vega. Is it then expected that you're not going to investigate something that's not important?
Like I said, there was somebody in Central Florida. I just recall that. I don't know if that was the name. And I did not do anything as far as investigating this person you're talking about, this Vega.
If you were told it was important, you would have investigated.
Yes.
All right. That's the way that I should ask.
Okay.
Now, on your redirect examination, I wasn't able to get up and ask you more questions. You talked about Miss Magbanua's alleged flight, right?
There was testimony to flight, yes.
All right. On cross-examination, I asked you, and I went through a series of things like, the PC affidavits, 2020 special, and you agreed with me that she didn't flee.
She did not flee the county, flee the country, or anything like that.
All right. What she did was she moved, right?
Yes, from my understanding, she moved to her brother's home someplace.
Yeah, we heard her panicking on the phone, trying to sell her fucking sofa on Craigslist. Man, there's nothing like flee. Your baby daddy's been arrested. He's been transported to Leon County. You're being mentioned in the news as a possible having involvement. So you decide, I've got to get out. I've got to move. Can't stay here. It's not safe. But you've still got to go to the fucking horrible task of photographing your sofa, logging onto Craigslist, creating an ad, accepting calls, having people say, "Oh, would you take $40? How about $40? Could we do $40?" And then, finally someone's going to come round and look at it, and they might take it. I mean, if you're gonna do a murder plot and potentially have to flee, you've got to be prepared to let the couch go, right? Just let it go. There'll be more $40 in the future.
This is subsequent to Sigfredo Garcia, the father of her children, being arrested, right?
Correct.
All right, so he gets arrested. She moves in with her brother, right?
I don't know for a fact she moved in with her brother, but I knew it was somewhere in South Broward County.
Okay, just want to make sure we're not talking about she fled the state, fled law enforcement, because the word flee, you would agree with me, has a connotation to it.
Yeah, it could be a lot of different things. I mean, fleeing from one house to another house next door, fleeing 3 miles down the road, fleeing halfway across the country.
To say that she packed up and never returned wouldn't be accurate of what happened. She packed up and moved to another address, right?
That's correct.
Now, May 2016, you went to that house, right?
May of 2016, yes.
You went to the first house that you moved out of.
I went to the house on 122nd Street.
Now, this is the same day that other law enforcement are out speaking to Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
Sorry about that. So at the same time, law enforcement is speaking to Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes.
You and a Miami Beach Police Department detective go to Katherine Magbanua's house and you knock on the door.
Yes.
Were you in uniform?
No.
What were you wearing?
Civilian clothing with a Tallahassee Police Department badge displayed on my belt, clearly visible.
You would agree with me that you didn't do anything letting her know that you were there for her?
Specifically for her, no. I just know that I was told because of the phone, that she was stating to a third party that the police are out front.
So you would agree with me that when you're knocking on the door, she doesn't know that you are there to speak to her?
Specifically to her, no. We're looking for a response at the door.
Now, at the same time, and you just referenced those intercepts. At the same time on those intercepts, she knows that Sigfredo Garcia is getting questioned by the FBI, right?
Yes.
Let's now go to our last topic. Luis Rivera. October 4th, 2016, his statement is recorded, correct?
Yes.
September 30th, 2016, you agree it was not recorded, but it could have?
Yes.
And should have?
I'm not going to say that. That was instructed by the state attorney's office not to report it.
This office?
Yes.
What did Luis Rivera tell you about when he found out it was going to be a murder?
When they were en route on the first trip in June, the first attempt, when they were on the way to Tallahassee from Miami.
All right. Now, investigator, you wrote a report summarizing what he told you on September 30th, right?
Yes.
Do you have that report with you?
Not right here.
Did he not tell you, did you not write, that he told you it was before the June trip, before leaving Miami?
I recall that the original trip was for a robbery because he specifically states that's his specialty. He robs drug dealers.
Investigator, would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report
Sure.
as to what he told you about when he learned? Your Honor, if I may approach?
Yes.
There.
Yeah, Patricia, he keeps saying, and that was an investigator for this office, right? This crooked office, this biased, cheating office. Listen, I think I'm going to go and make a coffee, guys. I'll be back in 3 minutes. It's just instant, so you don't need to buy us a coffee. I'm just going to put some boiling water in a cup and then this stuff on, the other way around. The coffee in first, boiling water in the cup. That's it. That's it. I'll be 3 minutes.
I reviewed it.
That refresh your recollection?
Yes.
He told you that he learned about it before the June trip, before leaving Miami, correct?
It's during departure. The date of departure is when he learned it was a murder.
I can approach her.
Yeah.
Investigator, you would agree with me that if we had the recording, it would be the best way to interpret his words, correct?
Yes.
And what you wrote was not on the way. What you wrote was, once the departure date arrived, June 2014, Garcia told Rivera it was actually a murder he was hired to do and wanted Rivera to commit the homicide. Rivera was promised $30,000 to commit the murder. After leaving Miami en route to Tallahassee, Garcia provided more information.
That's what I wrote, and that was the way I understood it.
And you agree with me that what you didn't write was that it was on the way to Tallahassee that he was told it was going to be a murder.
It says on the date of departure. You can interpret that as being driving on the date of departure, or we haven't left yet and we're talking about it in the driveway.
Who did he say did the hiring for the murder?
Rivera? Rivera stated it was a mother that wanted her kids in South Florida.
He said that it was Wendy that did the hiring, correct?
I don't know if it was specifically Wendy. I remember it was a mother, a woman.
Would it?
Sure.
Your Honor, if I could approach page 3. Basically.
Okay.
I told you Wendy did the hiring, correct?
Eventually he uttered the name Wendy, yes.
All right. Now, he also told you on the June trip that Garcia drove the whole trip, right?
Yes.
Emphasis on the word whole trip. Or 2 words, whole trip.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's mentioned in this State 85. Just 1 second. Can't really get on here. You know what I can show you, right?
Yes.
What am I going to show you?
Speeding ticket.
For Louis Rivera, right? Now, he also told you that on this first trip, the June trip, that he never saw Professor Markel, correct? Is that the right one?
No, it's not.
Citation. You'd agree with me, though, that we don't want paperwork over here. You'd agree with me that there is a citation for Louis Rivera, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, there's time digging through all that. That citation would mean the obvious, which is that Louis Rivera was actually driving, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other question, I don't believe he gave an answer, that he stated he never saw Professor Markel on the first trip. If you don't remember, we can...
I'm sorry. I believe that's accurate.
He also tells you that on the murder trip, the July trip, that there was 1 gun brought, right?
Yes.
Not
less than 3 minutes.
2.
Correct.
Next, with respect to the call after the murder by Sigfredo Garcia to Katherine Magbanua, he originally told you that Garcia told him what was said.
Yes.
And then he changed it to he overheard.
Yes.
Nowhere in the September 30th statement did he say that there was a separate third trip between King Anthony and Sigfredo Garcia, right? No mention of that.
No.
The morning of July 19th, he told you he was at a barber shop?
Yes.
That Katie called him?
Yes.
You've reviewed the call detail records. Louis Rivera actually called Katie, right?
I believe so, if I remember right, yes.
There was no mention ever by Luis Rivera in that statement or any other ones that on that morning everybody apparently had burner phones?
I believe Garcia's phone had already been disposed of, if that's what you're asking.
I'm going to get laser focused with this one.
Good.
September 30th, 2016, did Luis Rivera tell you that Katherine Magbanua had a burner phone?
I don't recall that.
No, because you would have written it in the report.
Right. You
had always worked under the theory that Luis Rivera had his 8153 phone on him and that Miss Magbanua had a 1312 phone number.
Yes.
Luis Rivera never told you that he gave that 8153 phone to King Anthony to go do an errand for him, right?
To go
pick somebody up. He never said that to you,
No.
right?
Patricia Burns, the judge could be listening to the Bee Gees. You should be dancing yet. You know what we missed the other day when we were doing that judge music thing? Georgia on My Mind, Ray Charles. It only occurred to me 2 days later.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could approach or retrieve the document, I got one final question. Mr. Isom, I just want to confirm, on the day that Ms. Magbanua was arrested, when Ms. Kawass was asking you for a copy of the arrest warrant, your testimony is that you didn't have it and you couldn't provide it, right?
I didn't have a hard copy, a paper version. I could have obtained an electronic version, but I did not have it with me at the time. I didn't have a paper copy with me.
So you had it in email, right?
I could have gotten it in email from Tallahassee. It could have been sent.
You didn't already have it from Investigator Bennett?
I may have. I mean, the warrant was already in the NCIC, FCIC system. It had already been entered in the computer system.
What we're talking about is you providing it to Ms. Kawass.
We never met. We never met to provide her anything. I was expecting her to call me after she met with her client at the Broward, Maine jail. Never heard anything back about that.
Mr. Isom, you would agree that on that day you're text messaging back and forth, you're talking on cell phones back and forth?
Poor Isom. No one ever calls him back, you know? He meets Donna and Harvey at the memorial. They say, listen, would you come in? Would you come in for a recorded interview? They're like, yeah, we'll call you. He calls them an hour later. Wendy says, oh, sorry, I'm on the way to Miami. Bye. I don't feel safe. And throws the telephone out of the window. And now Kawass doesn't call him back. No one calls him back.
Right?
Yes.
You don't have to meet in person to send somebody an email, right?
No.
You could have emailed it to her.
It was never requested. I didn't know.
He had to think about that, didn't he? You don't need to meet someone in person to send them an email.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Do you know if it was specifically mentioned to the defendant at the time of her arrest that we were looking to do a controlled call to Charlie Adelson?
No, that was not mentioned.
You were asked about a few things in your report. I wanted to ask you again about, one was this issue about, did Rivera tell you that he learned on the first trip that it's going to be a murder? You were asked to read, a couple lines of your report were read to you, omitting this first line. Could you read
Yes.
the highlighted portion?
Okay. No, I'm good.
I need readers. Nothing to be ashamed of. Go ahead.
You want it aloud?
Is it objection, is the witness refreshing or just reading the document?
No, sir. He's reading the complete portion of the report that he was asked about in part.
All right, I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
Since you read it out loud, I'm going to read. So you can read the sentence which was before what was read, if you can cipher that.
Okay. Garcia initially told Rivera about a high-dollar robbery he wanted to do with Rivera in Tallahassee. Once the departure date arrived, June 2014, Garcia told Rivera it was actually a murder he was hired to do and wanted Rivera to commit the homicide.
And you were also asked about this place over here. Wendy. Did he say the name Wendy? Did he say, did Rivera indicate that he knew the name Wendy initially?
No.
So first he knew it was a lady.
Right.
And then what?
Yeah.
Yes.
During more discussion with Garcia while waiting to see the target, Rivera learned the ex-wife's name, quotation, Wendy, in quotation, who Garcia said hired Katie to have her ex-husband killed.
You were asked about the not recording the first interview. Was there, you documented the first interview in this report,
yes.
Right? Okay, so if there was anything inconsistent with Rivera's testimony between this first report and the recorded interviews later, you would have documented that,
Hold
right?
on a second.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
That's the purpose of a police report.
Yes.
To document what's said, what happens, what you observe, what you learn.
Correct.
All right. I want to ask you about what happened when you went to interview Katherine Magbanua. I know we've kind of beaten this to death, but you attempted to interview her, and on that day, that's the day she left that apartment, right?
Yes.
So she packed up and left the apartment the day of the interview attempt.
The interview attempt at her home when I knocked on the door and she did not respond. Yes.
And she did not return to that apartment.
Not to my knowledge.
Never stayed there again.
No.
And after she left that apartment, police had a difficult time tracking her. We didn't know where she was staying, right?
Correct.
All right. In reference to Rivera and the speeding ticket, Rivera initially and really still maintained what about the speeding ticket? What was his recollection of the speeding ticket?
He remembers it that the ticket was given to him on the second trip when he was driving.
Well, he got a ticket in the Prius, right? Maybe I'm getting it confused. Let's find the actual thing.
65.
God damn. So it's 65. Alright, so what is the actual date of the ticket? And what vehicle was he in?
And the citation was issued on June 4th, 2014, 9:12 a.m. to Luis Rivera. The car is listed as a 2011 Hyundai four-door.
Alright, so it was the first trip that he got a ticket.
Yes.
Okay, but he believed it was the second trip he got a ticket.
Yes. He's
All right.
maintained that. I've never corrected him.
Okay. He thought he got a ticket in the Prius, but it was actually the Hyundai.
Yes.
Okay. So was the fact that he got a ticket in the Hyundai something that had been documented in police reports and
Oh my God. Thank you, Patricia.
provided in discovery?
Yes.
All right, so if Rivera was studying the reports to memorize them and regurgitate them, he would know that he got the ticket on the first trip.
Yes.
Okay, but his memory was that it was Prius in the second trip.
Correct.
But I was just saying to Richard Poplis that Katie and Garcia, who says Katie and Garcia need to rat on the mastermind Wendy that has been free for 10 years. Well, that'd be great, Richard Poplis, but here's the thing. There's nothing either one of them can say about Wendy. You know, there's nothing they know. Sigfredo knows absolutely fuck all, and Katie doesn't know much more than that. There's no piece of evidence that they can give to the state to help in the Wendy prosecution. That has to come from Charlie and Donna, and probably won't for quite a while. You know, after, you know, I mean, Donna's trial is in what, 50 days? 60 days. Whatever it is. And that's going to be fantastic, right? We're going to get, it's almost 2 years after Charlie's trial. We're still watching Katie 2. That was 3 years ago now. I mean, to get a new Adelson trial live that we've been waiting for since November 13th, Donna's arrest, 2023. You know, that's a full, by the time trial gets here, it's more than 18 months. We've been waiting, and it's going to be live. It's going to be happening in front of us. Many of us are going to be there in the courtroom watching Georgia do her thing. And, you know, after that, I mean, wouldn't it be amazing? I mean, that's already amazing enough to have the trial, but if Wendy were arrested straight afterwards, just like Donna was with Charlie, the pattern, you know, is there enough? I think there is. I think there certainly is. The question to my mind is that would Wendy have enough in her favor to be granted the Arthur hearing for pre-trial release? What's the deal with that again? Let's double check. Arthur hearing rules, Florida. So in Florida, an Arthur hearing is a bond hearing for non-bondable charges. Murder is a non-bondable charge, but you can still have an Arthur hearing. And that is allowing the defense to argue for the release of an accused individual, Wendy, on bail.
Hey, how are you?
Thank you so much, Ryden.
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Ryden. That's great. Where were we? allowing the defense to argue for the release of an accused individual on bail. It's a mini trial before a judge, not a jury, where the defense presents evidence to demonstrate the lack of sufficient proof of guilt. Okay, so where the defense presents evidence to demonstrate the lack of sufficient proof of guilt, the lack of danger to the community, or the lack of risk of flight if the judge agrees. This is what I'm saying, people. All those people that are like, oh, Wendy's about to run. She is not going to run anywhere. She's not going to fucking cross into Mexico. She's not going to go off on a private jet. And she's not going to pay a charter boat service to take her to the fucking wherever, Caribbean. That's not going to happen. Why? Because of this. Because of this. Upon arrest, the criteria here is the defense presents evidence to demonstrate the lack of sufficient proof of guilt. Arguably, they could achieve that with Wendy. The lack of danger to the community. Well, again, she's a simple mother, right? Simple mother in a minivan. The lack of risk of flight. That's an easy one for her. She's had pressure on her for 10 years and she's been open about where she lives. She's in Miami. She's moved to Austin, Texas. Everyone knows this. You know, it's real easy. So for me, the question is not so much, is there enough to arrest her, but is there enough to arrest her and prevent her from being granted bond on her non-bondable charge of murder? If the judge agrees, they can then set a bond amount, and she can pay it, believe me, cash. Here's a more detailed breakdown. Do we need to read this? I don't think we need to read this. It's basically just what we've read. Defendant's history is also taken into account. Any prior criminal history of the defendant. Well, that's nothing. Clean as a whistle. Outcome. If the judge agrees, blah, 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 blah. Okay, appendix, important points. The judge is the sole decision maker at an Arthur hearing, not a jury. The hearing is not a trial, but it does involve the presentation of evidence and arguments. The state must meet a higher standard of proof than in a trial to deny bail, right? Get that. The state must meet a higher standard of proof than in a trial to deny bail, requiring proof, evidence, and the presumption is great. Proof, evident, and the presumption is great. That's the standard. Rather than beyond a reasonable doubt, right? That the standard in a trial is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But here, it's higher standard. It's proof evident, shown by evidence, right? Proof evident and the presumption is great. That means instead of, it just means highly likely, right? It's highly likely that she would flee or be a risk to the community, or that it was her, or that's it, basically. So I think if Wendy was because the reason I came to this conclusion is because I was thinking, just fucking arrest her. Just arrest her and let her sit in jail. I mean, even if that's all she gets and she gets off, at least she's been uncomfortable for a year, 18 months, 2 years, whatever it is. But I think she'd probably be able to achieve bond on her non-bondable charge, unfortunately. By this standard, we've just read out and examined, I think it's quite likely that she could do that, especially with the kind of lawyer that she's going to have, right? So, what are we gonna see about her? We're just gonna have to wait and see. I mean, we know that Georgia wants her. We know that it's personal. Everybody knows. There's no doubt to anybody that's looked into this. I know that some people that come into this case really late and they're like, well, it could have, maybe she knew. It's like, shut up. Shut up. We've been doing this for years. There's no question here. I think maybe Wendy knew. Come on. Please go and watch it all again. No, it's fine that people think that. If people are new, there was a point when I was new. I mean, it was a long time ago, very, very long time ago. How long is that? 7 years. 7 years I've been looking at this case. It's quite a significant chunk. Yeah. That's a significant chunk. Yeah, so I guess we'll wait and see.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, nothing further, Judge.
Redirect.
So Rivera claims that Wendy hired Katie, right? That was your testimony, right? And I'll read it back. Garcia said, this is Rivera saying it. Garcia said.
Yeah, well, that's the point, Leslie. An Arthur hearing is to get bond on a non-bondable charge as murder. That's what the hearing is.
Garcia said hired Katie to have her ex-husband killed. So Wendy, who Garcia said, I'm sorry, I've got to read your words here again. Wendy, who Garcia said hired Katie to have her ex-husband killed. That's what you wrote, right?
Can I look at it again?
Yeah. Before I do that, you would agree with me that it would be easier for us to have a recording than you trying to interpret your own words. We could just directly.
That's asked and answered several times.
That was a little bit personal, wasn't it? It's easier for us to have a recording than listen to you trying to interpret your own words.
Okay, can we repeat the question now, please?
Okay, if Michelle is still here.
About what Rivera said.
I think we've got the Katie quote that you were looking for. Should we put the picture of Katie up? Okay, wicked riding shotgun. That is cool. We've got to play this now. There's no other way. It can't wait. It can't wait. The quote is, fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me. But now we're going to hear it from the horse's asshole. Where is we need a new media source. Uh-huh.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fuck. I'm gonna fucking fuck up. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
That's beautifully put.
Zach Garcia said, Wendy hired Katie, right?
Yes.
Has Wendy been arrested?
No.
Nothing further.
All right. Whose item is this? Who's recorded?
It's my report. I'm figuring he's going to give it to me when he's getting off the stand.
Okay. All right. You are excused.
I think it was Acapella that put that together, guys. Our resident, what are we calling him? We need to know. Tell me about your background, Acapella, sometime. We need to give you a job title. But you seem to do a lot with graphics and colors. So you could be our graphic color wizard.
You might be subject to recall. So just
Still under the rule.
Okay.
Thank you.
Still under the rule. Thank you.
You have permission to treat him as an adverse witness?
You may.
Wow. I didn't realize there was an edit there. It looked like Isom got up and the guy was already in the chair. Like Isom was sitting on his lap. Let's go back. Suddenly this man with a beard appears.
Repeat the question now, please.
What you wrote about what Rivera said is that Garcia said, Wendy hired Katie, right?
Yes.
Has Wendy been arrested?
No.
Nothing further.
All right. Whose item is this? Who's recorded?
It's my report. I'm figuring he's going to give it to me when he's getting off the stand.
Okay. All right. You are excused. You might be subject to recall. So
If you look away
okay.
for a split second.
Thank you.
Bosh.
You may.
Well, I get organized. If you can introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Jason Newlin, Jason.
Oh, so that's the investigator for the state attorney's office, I think, right?
Newlin. I'm an investigator with the state attorney's office here in Tallahassee.
Oh, he scores again.
If you could explain what being an investigator for the state attorney's office here in Tallahassee means.
Assist the prosecution with follow-up investigation, piecing cases together. One of the ways to describe it is law enforcement puts the puzzle together and we try to kind of put the glue on it.
The glue? You don't glue a puzzle, man. You'll never be able to do it again. Who taught this guy about puzzles? It's not a fucking assembly model. You're supposed to do it once, look at it, observe your achievement, then put all the pieces back in the box so you can do it again another time. They put the pieces together and we glue them together. Oh, well, I'm not inviting you to puzzle night. Fucking ruin my puzzles.
You're law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
You have a badge?
Yes.
Carry a gun?
Yes.
But you work closely with Ms. Kaplan, correct?
We're employed with the same office, yes.
And you work closely with her? You work directly with her in cases?
Yes.
All right, y'all are a team?
Yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that part of your work is doing investigation, correct?
Correct.
But one of the other tasks that you do that you receive from other law enforcement, their
See you later, offering. Thanks for being here, man.
Reports, their evidence, and you organize it, correct?
Some of it, yes.
So in this case, TPD's involved. They're producing reports from their investigation. They're providing it over to you, to the state attorney's office, right?
Correct.
And the reason why they're doing that is because you have an obligation, your office, to give it over to the defense.
That's correct.
And that includes all defendants, right?
All
are entitled to what's called discovery.
Yes.
Luis Rivera was entitled to that discovery, correct?
That's correct.
And your understanding of the rules that apply to discovery, that you have to give it in a timely fashion.
That's correct.
So if somebody's arrested, within weeks, items have to start being given over. It's not something that a report is drafted and years later it's given over.
No, it's generally within weeks.
Same thing applied in this case to the reports that were authored by the FBI, correct?
That's correct.
You've also reviewed these reports because at the same time you're investigating things, right?
Many of them.
And you would agree with me that these reports were detailed?
Most of them, yes.
In July of 2016, right after Luis Rivera is arrested, Investigator Isom does a 30-plus page report that's very detailed.
He wrote a 30-plus page report. I'm not sure when it was actually completed.
Do you believe that you've reviewed that report?
Oh, I would have looked at it, yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Investigator, take a look at this and let me know if it helps you.
Okay. Yes.
So I'm going to ask the question again, Your Honor, if I could retrieve?
Yes.
In late July of 2016, did Investigator Isom author a 31-page report?
Yes, he did.
And was that report detailed?
It was fairly detailed, yes.
Those 31 pages, you would agree with me that it's basically single-spaced narrative.
It is. Well, there's at least a page or two of it is information, but the rest of it's the report, correct?
Fair enough. So you've got some biographical information, page 1 and 2. And of course, there's breaks in between paragraphs, but it's a lot of words in the remaining 20-plus pages, correct?
It is.
And it lays out the government's theory as to what happened in this case, correct?
I do believe most of it is in there, yes.
All right. It basically talks about the theory that Katherine Magbanua was somehow in the middle, right?
I don't know the last time I read that one, so it may.
Now, in this report and in other reports, you'll agree with me that it had loose information, not the detail that Sergeant Corbett. Actually, let me withdraw that question. I'll ask a different one. You as an investigator for their office, you're allowed to sit in during the trial.
Just to let you know, guys, I think the next witness we've got coming up is Ryan Fitzpatrick, and I think he's on for, a little bit more of a lengthy witness. Should be a little bit more interesting than these dry facts.
Right?
Correct.
The rule of sequestration doesn't apply to you. You're the only witness that doesn't apply to.
That's correct.
So you've seen some of the testimony in the case.
Some of it, yes.
So Sergeant Corbett from the Technical Operations Unit, he gives very detailed testimony about cell phone communications, right?
Yes.
But in these initial reports, it was not as detailed about the cell phone communications. It just talked about contact in between people.
Sergeant Corbett, I don't even know if he writes reports.
So let me break that down for you. You've got TPD, you've got Investigator Isom, you've got Agent Sanford. They're communicating and getting information from Sergeant Corbett, correct?
There is some of that, yes.
And there's some rudimentary cell phone data that they put into their own reports about the communications on significant days, correct?
Correct.
But it lacked all the detail that Sergeant Corbett gives us in his testimony.
That's correct.
And again, those items are going over to Rivera. They should be, right? Police reports?
Police reports go to Rivera. Like I said, I don't know that Sergeant Corbett even writes a report.
We don't have one.
Yeah, I don't.
Let's go through this and it'll make a little bit more sense. You receive these items, these reports from Investigator Isom, from Agent Sanford. You organize them, right?
Correct.
And then you are involved in the process of providing them over to the defense shortly after arrest, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we were talking about, that there's a rule, the rule of discovery, that you have to do that.
Correct.
Rivera is arrested May of 2016?
No. June.
Early June?
Correct.
You would agree with me that there's no reason to believe that discovery wasn't timely provided in the month of June and July?
No, discovery was provided in that case.
All right. And Rivera, then months later, he implicates Katherine Magbanua in September of 2016.
That is one of the proffers, yes.
You would agree that this would allow him the time to review, either himself or with his attorneys, digest, and formulate his own theory?
That would be between he and his attorneys.
Let's talk about the media in this case. You'd agree with me that it was extensive.
Yes.
There was a 2020 special in September of 2016.
There's something along those lines, yes.
Well, you know it's something along those lines because you appeared in it, right?
Not in 2020, no.
No. Not the year 2020, the show 2020.
No.
Was there another one? Which one did you get interviewed on?
That was the Dateline one.
Okay, so you get interviewed by Dateline. You'd agree with me that all of these shows, it's also discussing the government's theory.
Yes, it was discussed, yes.
Ms. Kappelman even did an interview talking about it, right?
Yes.
You've been to the jails, right?
Oh, yeah.
They have telephones there?
They do.
They have television?
Some do.
They have email?
Some are getting email. Some have had email, yes.
What we're getting at is Luis Rivera wouldn't be cut off to the outside world.
Where Luis Rivera was, I don't even know if they have email yet. Jefferson County is still a little bit behind. Right. I think they just got text recently and they didn't even know they had it.
We're talking about, that's when he's cooperating. He's transferred to Jefferson County for safety, right?
He was transferred pretty early on to Jefferson County.
Okay, but before that he was in Leon County.
He was.
All right. And you also know, because you guys request it often, that you can get an inmate's phone calls, right?
Yes.
And you've gotten them before from Jefferson County.
Yes, we have.
So he would have access to people in the outside world.
It's tacos, Leslie. It's always been tacos. Don't they look good? Those are Justice tacos. The Justice taco platter.
To discuss whatever it is that's going on in the media, right?
Yes, he would.
And you don't know whether they have television over there or not, or do they?
I don't know about Jefferson County.
You don't know, but most jails do have TV, right?
Most do that have been in, yes.
Leon County, where he was for a period of time, they have TV, right?
They do have TVs there, yes.
Let's talk about Luis Rivera and the interviews. You were present for these interviews, correct?
I was in the same building. I was not in the room with him.
Okay, but all right. So there are meetings, and we're not saying that you're in the room. We agree on that. But you're present in the building, right?
Correct.
Now the purpose is to let's back up here. Let's back up even more. You understand that there were meetings with Luis Rivera before you ever met with him, right? In May 27, 2016, and June 3rd, 2016.
Those were interviews done by Pat and Craig.
And you said,
Leslie, I'm not 100% if there are two datelines. There's a dateline and a 2020 that I've got right here. Have you seen the 2020? I really don't even know what I've seen. I've seen it all. I've seen everything available. But if you want the link to 2020, I can give it to you now.
said it perfectly. We're going to talk about the difference in between interviews and proffers. Okay, so let's talk about the interviews first. Present for the first time on May 27, 2016, when there was a meeting with Luis Rivera. You weren't there, right?
Oh, okay. One is 2 hours long.
No.
But your understanding is that Agent Patrick Sanford and former investigator Craig Isom were there.
Yes.
All right, so they go into a jail. They go into Coleman down in South Florida, right?
That's correct.
And the purpose of this interview, it's to investigate, right?
That's correct.
And that's different than a proffer, and we'll get to that in a minute. So they're going in there to find out information to investigate it. Right?
Yes.
All right. So May 27, 2016, you're not present. Sanford and Isom, you'd agree with me that it's recorded?
That one was recorded, yes.
And that Luis Rivera denied any involvement?
Objection. Calls for speculation. and not true.
If you know, you can answer.
I don't know which interview it was where he did not say he was not involved, but he said you're talking to the wrong person.
Okay, so in one of them, either the May 27, 2016, and Your Honor, and I asked you for the government to not make speaking objections.
All right, just make your objection. That wasn't a speaking objection.
May 27, I'm sorry, Your Honor. May 27, 2016, it's recorded though, right?
It is.
June 3rd, 2016, you're not present for that one either?
No.
Again, it's Sanford and Isom?
I believe it was, I know it was at least Pat. I'm not sure about Isom.
It's recorded?
Should have been, yes.
He didn't confess to being a murderer?
No, he didn't.
In either of those?
No.
Now, proffer is different, right? What is the purpose of a proffer?
It's the opportunity for an individual to tell.
Man, the Georgia and Chris Decoste really hate each other, don't they? She's like, what did she say? What was the objection? Calls for speculation and not true. Your Honor, I would ask that the government not make speaking objections.
The truth, and anything they say that incriminates themselves can't be used against them at that point in time.
It's a little bit more than that, right? You're evaluating the information that's being given, right? To figure out if you're going to make a deal.
No, that's kind of chicken and egg situation. It's like you try to figure out where you're going to go with the proffer before you come up with any idea with the proffer. Sometimes we have the deal on the table and sometimes we don't. It depends on how it's working.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit. In these proffers, you're going to have law enforcement present, right?
Yes.
It could be yourself, it could be Ms. Kappelman.
Yes.
But you're also going to have whoever it is that you're speaking to, their attorneys.
We're going to have the inmate.
The inmate's attorneys are going to be there as well too for a proffer.
Correct.
So it's different. When you do the interview, it's investigation. The attorneys can be there, but in this situation, they weren't. For the proffer, you've got all the people involved talking, right?
Correct.
Now, when a proffer happens, it's with the hopes of getting to a point of coming to a deal, right? That's sort of the whole point of the proffer. We want to see, does this guy or girl have information that we can use, and then we'll figure out if we want to give a deal, but it's moving towards coming to a cooperation, correct?
In some cases it is, in others, again, we'll have the deal already made, and then the proffer is conducted.
In this case it was, right?
The deal already made?
No. When you met with him for these proffers, it was with the hopes of coming to a deal.
In these...
Hey, look at this great comment. At a stoplight, when TCM comment RE gluing puzzles struck me so funny. Best commentary, and delivery ever. No stand-up show compares to this channel and crowd in here. It's all about the crowd. It's all about the crowd. Thanks for the comment. The present is now.
From what I recall, we were... there was discussions about the plea negotiations. There was discussions about what he had to offer, and the attorneys were just back and forth.
That's trying to work out a deal, right?
That's correct.
Right. So August 8th, 2016, you were present for a proffer with Luis Rivera, correct?
So that's a little bit different than a proffer. That situation was us in a room, myself and Georgia, and I don't know if any others. And then the defense attorney and that entire team was in a whole other room. We never saw Rivera that day. We never crossed paths with him. The attorneys would go back and forth and tell us this is what he can provide to you. And that's the extent of that one.
And we agree on that.
Okay.
We agree. So, and I just want to get who was there. You were there?
I know I was there. I know
Ms.
Georgia
Kappelman
was there. Yes.
One of the Collinses was there?
Had to be one of the Collinses because they were doing the back and forth.
And for the jury, the Collinses, the father and son team, represented Luis Rivera.
Correct. They were his defense team.
And of course, Luis Rivera is there.
Yes.
And Luis Rivera is in a room, and his attorney will leave that room, give you what he's saying, then you'd say something and he'd go back. So basically, one of the Collinses is going back and forth like a tennis match with information.
Correct.
Now, you remember some of the details of the information that you were provided, correct?
Some of them, yes.
And one of the pieces of information that you received was about the gun, right?
Yes.
That it was thrown near a body of water and a bridge located on Interstate 10 between Tallahassee and the Interstate 75 corridor.
Yes. 2 bridges, body of water, I-10, yes.
You also remember how the information was given to Mr. Rivera that giving Garcia wouldn't get him any deal.
No.
You would agree with me that there was no mention of Katie that day?
I would not agree with you.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I know what you're going to ask me. So
what am I going to ask you?
Did I recall?
You don't recall whether he ever said Katie's name that day?
I do not specifically recall that, but I can't say that he didn't say it either.
You would agree with me that if he were to have implicated somebody else, the person who literally has been at the center of your theory since the beginning, that you would have remembered that?
I can tell you that an agreement was not made on the 8th, and that stemmed from the agreement on a sentence. And when we left that day, there was nothing I could use.
All right. No report?
No. There's nothing to document.
So to back up here to Garcia for a moment, you would agree with me that the evidence against Garcia was strong? You already had Garcia in custody?
Yes.
The evidence against him was equally strong, if not stronger, than the evidence against Rivera?
Yes.
Safe to say you did not need Rivera to flip against Garcia?
I mean, it always helps.
But you wanted to further your case to get Rivera to cooperate against Ms. Magbanua, right?
Literally, we're trying to get to the bottom of the case.
All right, so we're going to...
What do you mean replay? Instant nerf and Gaussian splatting says, this is a replay? Yeah? It's from 2022.
Come back to what you wanted, but you would agree with me that no deal was struck that day?
That's correct.
If Luis Rivera had said Katherine Magbanua was involved on August 8th on that day, you would have gone and arrested her.
No. The agreement was the time of the term of prison was not agreed upon, and he was not going to provide that information to us directly. At the time we had it, it was literally coming from his attorneys. I never got it from Rivera himself.
No deal was struck. Rivera returned to his cell.
Correct.
With his thoughts.
Correct.
And his discovery.
Correct. Well, I don't know what he had as far as discovery goes.
But you have no reason to believe that he didn't have it.
He may have had some paper documents, but CDs, he wouldn't have had any of those.
These reports that lay out the narrative, are they on CD or printed?
Those are printed.
September 30th, 2016. That is when the next proffer happens, right?
Correct.
Now, the reason why it happens on September 30th is because on September 29, 2016, your office in...
No, it's fine. Instant nerf. But I'll show you guys this comment I got the other day. It's hilarious.
Luis Rivera's team come to an agreement, right?
I don't know the answer to that.
September 29, 2016, you had another meeting with the same fashion with Ms. Kappelman, one of the Collinses, Mr. Rivera, where the attorney's going back and forth. Right?
I truly don't remember that one. Possibly.
There's no recording of it. There's no report.
No.
Now, with respect to these two meetings, Luis Rivera, he never said anything about the involvement of Anthony Ortiz, a.k.a. King Anthony?
He mentioned Anthony Ortiz. I do not remember when that occurred. I know I've heard the name.
Investigator Newlin. Rivera never said that Anthony Ortiz made a third trip with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
At some point in the last 6 years, he said, I believe Garcia made a prior trip to Tallahassee with Hebero because he knew where he was going. He drove around Tallahassee like he'd been here before.
And you know that in the past 6 years, he made that statement. He made it in deposition when he slipped up because you've reviewed that deposition.
I do not know when that statement was made. I don't recall. I just know that statement was made.
All right. And around the September 29th, September 30th, 2016 timeframe, he does what y'all had hoped, and he names Katie, right?
It's not what we would hope. He told the truth.
Okay. But in September 29th, September 30th, he names Katie, correct?
And I know September 30th, yes, because that was an official proffer.
And he gets his deal.
I know paperwork was signed. I think he pled a few days later.
And Katie was arrested, in fact, the following day, October 1st, 2016.
That's correct.
Investigator Newlin, what evidence do you have that Rivera didn't untruthfully name Katie to get a deal?
I mean, there's a whole lot of evidence to that.
That this guy isn't lying and made things up based on the reports that were provided over to him. What evidence do you have that he is not lying?
Talking to him, sitting in rooms with him,
Do you think that somebody becomes the boss of the Latin Kings by being stupid?
Street smart.
And what do you think is needed to get a deal in a criminal murder case? Street smarts or the aptitude to score perfect on the SATs?
I would say he listened to his attorney's advice.
All right.
Yeah, so the videos without commentary that I've been uploading of this trial, guys, the content is available on Law and Crime, but they put it up as full day videos, right? So it's like a 7 or 8 hour video, and I've separated them per witness so that they can be labeled, so that people can find a certain witness. And, there's been a lot of people watching them, so I labeled it Katherine Magbanua retrial. Of course, I think everyone knows about the case, but this one guy said to me, first of all, he says, title says retrial. It is misleading if this is old footage. It's like, it is a retrial. I mean, and then the same guy put on another video, a comment on another video. Where is it? Where is it? I lost it. Aha. Why is this old case being labeled as a retrial? It's very misleading to we, the viewers. If I'd have put something on there, like on the thumbnail, new case, breaking news, it would be misleading. But the fact that I've called it a retrial, this guy seems to think something called a retrial is misleading to suggest it's like current. I mean, I don't get it. Oh, there's some crazies out there, man. There's some crazies. So, sorry if I was a bit sensitive to your question, Instant Nerf, but you see what I'm dealing with.
Now, the meeting on September 30th, 2016, that could have been recorded, correct?
Could have been, yes.
Should have been recorded.
Wasn't my decision.
Our determination of the evolution of Luis Rivera's statements is limited by your memory and the memory of other law enforcement, right?
You had Craig and Pat.
And you agreed with me that
I was in another room.
That it's limited because we're only going based on people's memory.
I would agree that what was written in the report is what you have.
That we wouldn't have that problem with memories if we had a recording, right?
No, that's correct.
But Rivera's testimony potentially could have a problem because we could show the conflicts in his different statements.
That's correct.
And this exactly is precisely why you don't record these initial meetings, right? No. So that we can't show the conflicts between the initial rehearsal statements and the eventual showcase, the final statement.
That wasn't my decision, but no, I would not say that's why.
Your Honor, this would be a good time to break if you want to take the morning break and we can talk to Trooper Downing.
Well, we need to have cross-examination.
Oh, no, it's a good time to break. I'm roughly halfway through.
All right. Okay, we'll break for 15 minutes, and we'll then come back and continue with the testimony. Please no discussions amongst yourselves, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes, okay?
Great time for a coffee. If anyone would like to support the channel, there's a link in the description to buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics where you can buy us at coffee.com or help us reach our goal at the top of the chat, guys. What's the goal for the new Metrix Beast super machine to bring better streams, better video qualities, and better, well, other things as well. Big projects, good projects, True Crime Metrics projects. We really appreciate the support, and that's fantastic. Or just leave a like on the video. You know, is that too much to ask? You can have all the content for free. Just load up the content, but do please leave a like on the video at the very least. Yeah, so this guy's actually a really important witness. Uh-oh. I thought they were going to break. Oh. Shit. Where's the break? There. Because, you know, basically, in a nutshell, the defense's case is that the state was desperate and needed a way to get the Adelsons, right? And because of their desperation to get the Adelsons, they had to invent Katie as a scapegoat. That it was the only way that they could connect the killers to the family, right? So that's why Chris is working so hard and kind of taking so much time to cast doubt on the state attorney's own investigator, saying, yes, you worked for that office, that crooked office, that corrupt Kappelman.
All right, please be seated. Refresh my recollection in regards to Mr. Fitzpatrick. What he is who?
He is a friend, our former friend of Charles Eccleston. It's Ms. Kawass's witness. She can answer the questions better than me.
All right. So
that he was listed by the state, I think, in 2021, and we took his depo, and we've now adopted him as our witness.
All right. So you anticipate his testimony to be approximately what?
With cross, and depending with the state cross, I don't think it would take more than an hour. And I'm being generous, Judge. I mean, I don't think my direct is going to be more than an hour.
All right. Okay. So when we come back in, then. All right. Well, we'll take another break then before I inquire of the defendant.
Yes, Judge.
But I expect that these two witnesses.
Yeah, Patricia Bones. I mean, it is a rewatch of a retrial. Oh.
I expect that all of these witnesses will be completed prior to we break for lunch.
Yes, Judge.
But then when we send the jury out, I'll have a discussion with Ms. Magbanua, so I expect at that time the decision to be made. I'm not going to wait until after lunch.
That's what I was going to request, Your Honor, if I could just have that.
No, we've had plenty.
Hey, look, that guy's name is M. Lewis, the guard at the back. Do you think is Martin? Martin Lewis? Could be.
Plenty of time, and you'll have the testimony, and I'm going to make my inquiry at that time so that we know where we're headed. Okay? So I'm going to need to know at that time. Okay?
I did have one thing. I'm not going to have much cross for Mr. Fitzpatrick, but I was just looking through his depo. In his
depo, there's a lot of statements about what Charlie Adelson told him. I would object to hearsay bringing those statements. I don't know if the defense.
I'm going to wait until I hear the testimony.
And everyone should become a member of the channel and get these cool icons. Look, we've got Soap the dog, sushi emoji, custom, a Toyota Prius, and banana bread. Banana bread.
Make an objection if you need to. Okay, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Decoste?
Investigator, you would agree with me that the goal was to get Katherine Magbanua to cooperate against Charles Adelson?
Yes, there have been attempts to do so.
All right, now, I have law enforcement questions for you that I've asked a lot of law enforcement. The jury's heard it. You've probably heard it. You'd agree with me that...
What kind of drugs do you think this guy was taking when he decided to buy that tie? I mean, he was literally in a shop, probably thousands of ties to choose from, and he came out with this.
That your job as law enforcement is to objectively investigate?
Objectively, yes.
Correct. To present the evidence, both the good and the bad?
Yes.
Subjectively investigating a case would be a bad thing, right?
That's correct.
It could lead to a lopsided case, right?
Could.
Could lead to wrongful convictions.
Could.
All right. So let's go through some of the work. Now, in fairness to the jury to explain it, your investigation was less than that of law enforcement, other law enforcement, TPD and FBI, right?
Yes, and it's kind of hard to say it this way, but some of what I would do is almost just pick up the trash that was left behind.
Well, I hope that's an analogy. Like, no.
That's a perfect segue into the next topic. You did some investigation about a gun, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that a murder weapon is great for a murder case. Great piece of evidence.
It is.
On August 26th...
A murder weapon is a great piece of evidence for a murder case. As opposed to what?
Of 2016, you went down to the Osceola River, right?
I did.
All right. And you were supported by one of your investigators, Tully Sparkman.
Correct.
And analyst Thomas Balboni, right?
Correct.
Now, you already knew from your work on the case the type gun that was used to kill Professor Markel, right?
I did.
And you know guns, right? You have training in guns.
I do.
And when you were out there at Osceola River, you did find a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
But you knew right away that it was a different make and model.
I did.
But you still investigated it, correct?
I did.
You took pictures?
Took photographs in place, yes.
You guys went down into the river. Do you guys have like waders on or boots?
Just old shoes, but yeah, it's down into the mud underneath the bridge.
Did you guys have waders on or boots? Your forensic team, did they have waders or boots? Just old shoes.
Get in there. You did your work, right?
Yes.
And you impounded the gun, which means that you just can't take it. You have to bring it to the Madison County Sheriff's Office, right?
We had Madison County meet us at the bridge and signed it over to us.
A gun that the thought is this doesn't belong, but we're going to objectively investigate this gun, right?
That's correct.
And you then checked it out from Madison County and you brought it over to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Correct. We submitted it there.
And you brought it there for testing, right?
Correct.
For ballistics, DNA, fingerprints.
Anything they could do.
Now, you knew about this, or you went there, not knew about it because it was a different gun. You went to Osceola River because of what Luis Rivera told you from the meeting, right?
Correct.
You remember that he had given details. It was rather specific, near a body of water, Interstate 10 between Tallahassee and Interstate 75, right? He was pretty detailed in that.
So, I got to say, let me correct. It wasn't from Luis Rivera. It came through his attorneys, and they were telling us that the gun should have been dumped within an hour after the homicide, somewhere on I-10, near two bridges, a body of water, and before I-75. So that's where I went looking.
So you remember, in fairness, given by his attorney, you remember that detail being given.
Correct.
But you can't remember whether Katie was mentioned or not.
No,
Can you say, and I don't mean this to be attacking, but can you say that you did the same level of objective investigation
I'm good. How are
for
you?
evidence that would hurt law enforcement?
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Thanks, Kyle, for the coffee. You rock. You rock, Kyle.
It's theory.
Evidence that would hurt our theory?
Correct.
I investigate.
Who is Kyle? Is it one pariah? Is that Kyle? I think some people have like different names on the coffees or the chat.
Almost everything that came to me that I could try to do, yeah.
So let's go through it. If you receive information that somebody...
She is in Texas, yes, Jessica. That's correct. Long drive in the prison van from Texas.
wants to talk. Your involvement in this case, you would send it to FBI or TPD, right?
I would always contact them prior to following through with any of the stuff we would get, but yes.
December 15, 2016, you receive a letter from a woman, Jennifer Mosley, correct?
Ooh, I do remember.
She's not with Dave. No. She's with, what's his name? Is it that bald guy? I forget his name. It's not Dave, though.
Jennifer Mosley.
Do you remember the letter?
I do not.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the letter?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
May.
Investigator, I'm going to do two things here. First, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as defense 31A through O. You know what those are, right?
Oh, yeah. That's the gun under the bridge.
Those are photographs of the gun under the bridge at El Silver River, right?
That's correct.
And you know that those are pictures because you were there when they were taken?
That's correct.
And those photos are in the same or substantially same condition they were in the last time you saw them?
Yes.
Defense offers which the pre-marked is defense 31A through O.
Any
Objection
objection?
relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. Be admitted as defense 31A through O.
All right, you take a look at that. Let me know if that's refreshing your recollection.
It really doesn't.
It doesn't refresh your recollection?
No.
You remember receiving the letter, though, correct?
We received lots.
Lots of, in fairness, Miss Mosley, she was an inmate, right?
She was an inmate, yeah.
All right. Now, understanding on a case like this that you get a lot of communications, at the point in time that you received that letter, that letter's received December 2016, right?
Correct.
That's after Luis Rivera is cooperating and is your witness, correct?
Yes.
And it states that she has new information or confirmation of facts on Rivera. Right?
It just said she rode the van with him.
It
just said she rode in the van with him.
And has new information. Or confirmation of facts, quote unquote.
Okay, yes.
All right. Nobody ever met with Miss Mosley, correct?
I didn't. Not that I can recall. Yeah.
If somebody were to impeach Luis Rivera's testimony and show that there's contradictions, that would be bad for law enforcement's theory, correct? Somebody discredits Rivera.
Yes, that would be bad.
Your Honor, if I could approach?
Yeah.
Let's now talk about Facebook, Instagram, and owls. You smirk. You know what I'm going to ask. If you could, what am I going to ask?
I'll let you do it.
All right, thank you. So, at one point, Luis Rivera tells you this tall tale that he posts a photo of an owl on Instagram, right? Instagram or Facebook, which one is it? Do you know?
I believe it was Instagram at the time.
All right, that he posts a picture of an owl.
That was, yes.
Not a lion.
No.
Were you in the courtroom when he said that it was a lion?
I was not.
Now, understanding, I'm going to trust that everybody in the courtroom knows this. Is there a difference in between an owl and a lion?
There is.
A big difference, right?
There is.
He previously said it was an owl. Now he says it's a lion. But there was something, whatever animal it is from the Wild Kingdom, was posted on Instagram.
Correct.
And that apparently, allegedly, Miss Magbanua called and told the Latin King boss, "You take that down," right?
That was either a call to Garcia or a call to him, but yes, get that off the, yes, take that down.
Now he tells you this after he's cooperated.
This would have been in that September 30th, October 4th time range.
Because of course he's not confessing before and saying, hey, all this stuff happened, right? So he peppers in this detail of, hey, this other thing happened where I posted on Instagram. Did anybody ever get the records from Facebook or Instagram?
I do know we tried. I know Instagram, just the amount of times I've had to get documentation from them. If you don't send a preservation letter within 7 days of anything being removed, it's gone. And this proffer was 2 years later. So.
He just explained that, Mary, that the Instagram didn't hold on to the record.
Your understanding is that Facebook owns the Instagram, correct?
But luckily, True Crime Metrix has sourced the lion owl right on there on screen. That's the actual picture that Lewis took. That that Katie told him to remove. The infamous, widely feared Tallahassee lion owl.
We do now. I don't know how long we've owned them.
All right. You were able to get social media accounts for Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua, right?
And was it Acapella that sourced that? I think it was.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now you're saying that there was an attempt to get from Instagram. Were there any warrants that were signed?
There was nothing to sign a warrant for.
Okay. Were any subpoenas sent to Facebook? We'd have those if a subpoena was sent, right? You'd have to give that to us.
You would have had them, yes. Yes.
Michelle, did you realize that you left your curling irons plugged in and had to rush back? Fire hazard.
Is the fact that I don't have that consistent with the fact that none were ever sent to Facebook or Instagram?
It would be consistent with that, yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that, if he is telling the truth, and there is a response showing this post that was taken down. You don't, and let me sidetrack for a second. You don't know the policy of what they retain on posts that are taken down, right?
No, at Instagram, if you don't send a preservation letter within 7 days, you're not getting it.
That's not what we're talking about. Luis Rivera says that he took the post down, right?
Right.
You don't know whether Instagram maintains data of posts that are taken down, right?
If you don't send in a preservation letter within 7 days, you're not getting it. It's gone.
All right.
So it would have literally had to have been done before July 25th of 2014.
But nothing was ever sent to try to collect it?
Not to my knowledge. There was nothing to get.
But we don't know until an attempt is made, correct?
I guess you could say it that way.
Let's talk about now your meetings with Luis Rivera. And I want to preface this. I'm not trying to insinuate.
Investigator, why did you and your team not travel back in time to subpoena Instagram and request that record? Because that would have been a huge piece of evidence in your case. Why was that not done, investigator?
Insinuate that you told him what to say, okay?
Okay.
Not trying
basically what he's saying
is he's a very smart guy.
You see, all Chris is doing is trying to collect as much as possible that he can fairly reference in closing argument. You listened to their own expert. Their own expert got up here on the stand and told you they never sent a record request to Instagram. Yeah, well, he also said that unless you do it within 7 days of it being deleted, it's gone forever and you're not getting it. Which means we would have had to subpoena Instagram by the 25th of July 2014, a full 2 years before we knew about the fucking photo. But when we get to closing argument, watch, I bet he's going to say, they're expert, they're investigator. Their crooked investigator got on the stand and told you, jury, he told you that they never sent a request. That was willful negligence, jury, willful negligence.
All right.
Luis Rivera's no, that's street smart. I'll give you.
All right. Now we talked about that, and I don't want to go things that were asked and answered. But again, your understanding of this man, when he's still, before he's even a teenager, he's a gang member, right?
It was pretty early. It was like 12 or 13. He was through an uncle.
Before he can even have a license, he is the boss over 15, 16 years old. He's the boss of Miami for the Latin Kings.
I don't know what age he became the boss, I guess you would say.
So now we'll get into the topic that we're talking about, your meetings with him. You'd agree with me that there's many times that he was transported from the jail over to your office here, and that you sat down and met with him to review his testimony. And again, I'm not saying that you told him what to say, but you reviewed the discovery in his testimony to help him testify again, right?
Correct.
And over the years, that's happened many times.
Prior to appearances, yes.
So in 2019, October 2019, multiple times he's transported. He would spend the day reviewing items and preparing to testify, correct?
We had to review calls. We had to review his prior testimony. But yes, there was, I recall one day. I don't know how many.
All right.
I just searched for the new mugshot Sigfredo writing. I didn't find one. New mugshot Sigfredo Garcia. Images. Oh my God. Is this a new? I've never seen this one before. That can't be new. That must be old. I think that's even. Look at this though. Look at this. Oh my God. I've never seen this before. Wow. Who does he look like? He looks like he's a member of the Shylights. Oh, what's that song? Oh. Let's bring up a picture of the Shylights. Okay, not quite. Shylights are on Brunswick. See if we can add the Shylights next to Sigfredo. Oh, shit. Oh, there we go. Come on. Come on, that's good. Oh, I wish we could play the song. Damn copyright. Be demonetized. But I think it works. I think they've found their sixth member.
Let's go to the next name, and we're still on the topic of objectively versus subjectively investigating. Juan Marcos Vega.
Okay.
September 2016, you receive a letter from Imran Hussein.
Are you serious, Michelle? You can't be serious. I was joking.
Correct?
Correct.
And you also have a phone interview with Mr. Hussein.
I do.
Now, Mr. Hussein, unlike Miss Mosley, gives you some very precise details, correct?
He gave us details that were highly publicized details by that point. He gave us literally what almost our headline from an article. He had nothing more than that.
So he did basically what Luis Rivera did.
No.
Luis Rivera doesn't confirm many things that aren't known. Again, we don't say that Luis Rivera wasn't here for the murder, but with respect to Katherine Magbanua, Luis Rivera says things that are written all over the reports, right?
He confirms the reports.
And your thought is that his story fits the facts, not that he's fitting his story to the facts.
He's not fitting his story to the facts, no.
But you have no evidence to say that that's not happening. Let's stay on Juan Marcos Vega. So Mr. Hussein, whether he got the information online or not, he's got information. You do a phone interview with him, right?
Correct.
Now this one you find relevant enough to actually travel to South Florida to interview Juan Marcos Vega, right?
This is kind of one where, like I said, I cleaned up the trash.
All right. So September 22nd, 2016, you have a recorded interview with Juan Marcos Vega.
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that when you walk in there, one of the first things you say to him is, we believe someone has linked you to a case you know absolutely nothing about.
That's correct.
You'd agree with me that that was the wrong approach.
Probably not the best.
Because you're not finding out if this is legitimate information or not, correct?
I did research prior to going to do that interview. I mean, I knew a lot of the case. This was 2016, so it was all very fresh. And when Imran Hussein described who he said Vega, and then he described him as shorter, round. Vega's 5'10" and not round. Rivera is short and round. Nothing was fitting other than what he got on the news.
So you do know that Juan Marcos Vega was a co-defendant in Luis Rivera's.
I think this investigator needs a little bit more training on how to represent himself in front of the jury. He's just made it sound like, yeah, well, evidence-wise, we had short and round. And we looked at Marcos Vega, and he wasn't short and round. And Luis Rivera was short and round. So we thought it was him. There was no need for fingerprints. He was short and round. Oh.
I do.
23 defendant in RICO indictment, correct?
I do.
And he was a probationer in the Latin Kings.
I didn't know his status in the Kings, no.
Right. Now, you didn't ask Imran Hussein clarifying questions of what he considered to be tall or short, correct?
He described him specifically as 5'7" or shorter, I think.
Okay, and sometimes descriptions are off by an inch or two, right?
We'll have to agree to disagree on that one, but 5'10" and 5'7" are
3 inches apart.
Yeah, but they're different.
Did you show him a photo lineup?
Imran?
Yes.
Was on the phone.
So you never actually met with him in person?
No.
All right, so you immediately walk in and you make the decision, this isn't the guy, right?
Vega?
Yeah.
No, I didn't make that decision as I walked in, no.
But you're telling me you knew it wasn't the guy, and right when you walk in on the recorded interview, you say, we believe somebody has linked you to a case you know absolutely nothing about, despite him clearly knowing Luis Rivera.
He actually doesn't. He said, I met him because we got indicted in the same indictment. He goes, I didn't even know who he was until we all went down. He was a different Latin King in a different group, and they wrapped 23 of them in together over a couple counties, and he's like, I didn't know 90% of my co-defendants when I got indicted in this thing.
That's what the convicted criminal told you, right?
Yes.
Doesn't mean it's the truth, right?
Yep.
You sat down once with Miss Magbanua, correct?
I did.
And it was was by invitation of the defense, you and Miss Kappelman went over to the Leon County Jail, and we said, ask her anything you want, right?
Right.
No immunity to ask any questions, correct?
Ask questions, yes.
And she told you she was not involved.
That's correct.
But you don't take her.
Sorry, I just noticed the microphone was, yeah, sorry. That was my fault, you know. My fault.
Nothing fit.
So staying on the topic with Juan Marcos Vega, in bringing in Osceola River, when you went to Osceola River, you knew it wasn't the gun, but you still took 20 photos, impounded, went to FDLE for testing, brought in other personnel, get down in the mud, right?
Yes.
Did you ever let Agent Sanford or former investigator Isom know about this possible information from Juan Marcos Vega?
Yes, that was actually, I mean, like I said, I would communicate with him and let him know, hey, we got another one. You want to handle it or you want me to handle it? And generally when it came to ones that were pretty off base, I got stuck with.
So is your testimony that they told you to go down there and do it, and that there was a discussion about him?
No, it was somebody's got to do it, so I'm going to do it because they weren't.
What Imran Hussein tells you is this guy's got information about Professor Markel's murder, right?
No, Imran said he had information and that the guy Vega, what he was describing Vega was Tato. He was describing Luis Rivera to a T.
You never showed him a photo lineup, so it's your opinion he was talking about Luis Rivera, right?
Everything he said about him was Luis Rivera.
But there is the connection between Juan Marcos Vega and Luis Rivera by way of the Latin Kings, right?
By way of a single indictment, yes.
Yeah, I'm back now, Prior. My microphone was on mute, sorry.
But their gang affiliation.
Latin Kings, correct.
Okay, so there's the indictment and there's the gang affiliation. One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you,
Hey guys, you gotta, just before we go on to cross, you gotta check this out. I just got the most bizarre message. Comment. I'll screenshot it and put it on the screen. Oh. I love how I can see how many subscribers they have as well. Is it a joke? All right. I'm going to make a poll, guys, and I want to know if you think that this is a joke. Create a poll. Is the commenter joking? I'm going to put it a different way. Is this comment a joke? Actually, I'm going to put it a different way. Did this person mean the comment to be a joke? Now I need to show you the comment. Okay, there's the comment. I'm blocking your channel from getting recommended on my page because of that obnoxious alteration of the thumbnail. Only the worst do that because their videos can't stand on their own. It's disgusting. And now I'm going to show you the thumbnail that they're talking about, okay? My God, there's some crazy people out there, aren't there? And I love that it says that they've got 12 subscribers. That's what makes me think it might be a joke, because who gives a fuck? YouTube exports. And this is the video that the comment is on, okay? I'm just making it full size. Hang on. So that's the comment. I'm blocking your channel from getting recommended on my page because of that obnoxious alteration of the thumbnail. Only the worst do that because their videos can't stand on their own. It's disgusting. It's not even my video. It's not commentary video. It's just this. It's just a recording from the trial. Yeah, please do vote in the poll, guys, and let us know what you think. Is that a joke or is this person serious? Should we check out their channel? Let's check out their channel. Okay. Can we show that? Let's show this. So this is it here, right? 8 videos, okay. It's almost as many as the number of subscribers. 1 short, cat opening door. Oh, okay. Well, that is funny. He's going to get there in the end. No. Fail. What else is this here? Some game. It's that Grand Theft Auto game. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, everybody go and subscribe to Silge C. Buckner. That's catchy. Silge C. Buckner would like you to come and subscribe. Okay, back to cross-examination.
So we went out to the Leon County Jail to meet with the defendant. You were asked about that.
Yes.
How'd that work out?
Not too good.
It was a joke, right?
It was.
We were invited out there so that
Yes, Ray Liotta is dead.
the defense could tell the jury We were invited out there.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Objection, speculation, move to strike.
Overruled.
You were showed defense A through O pictures of a gun. Does that gun have anything to do with this case?
No.
Not related in any way to the murder we're here about?
Nope.
You were asked about the
Hey, Lee.
interviews that you were a part of in reference to Mr. Rivera. Did you or did anyone in your presence ever tell Mr. Rivera what he needed to say?
No.
Did anyone in your presence give him any information about a particular suspect he needed to give up? You need to give us Charlie, you need to give us Katie, you need to give us Garcia.
No.
Did we ever say that we needed him to do or say something in particular in order to get a plea bargain or a deal?
No.
Was there anything unethical that happened in your presence at any Rivera meeting?
No.
Was there anything unusual about the way the Rivera deal was handled?
No.
Were you aware of any Rivera statement that did not implicate Katherine Magbanua?
No.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. Investigator, September 20th, 2019 was that meeting, correct? September 23rd was the following Monday. It was a Friday afternoon.
Which meeting are we talking about?
The meeting with Ms. Magbanua that Ms. Kappelman termed a joke.
Yeah, that's September, October, something like that.
All right, so let's walk through this briefly. Friday afternoon, Ms. Kappelman contacts you and says they're giving us an opportunity to speak
Right.
to Ms. Magbanua, right?
Right.
And there's no requirement of that, right?
No.
She doesn't have to speak to you at all.
No.
And you were notified because Ms. Kappelman wanted to have a witness there with her.
That's correct.
And both yourself and early evening on a Friday, ASA Kappelman and yourself went out to the Leon County Jail, right?
Correct.
I was there.
Yes.
This Ms. Kawass was there, Tara Kawass.
Yes. Yes.
And Ms. Magbanua.
Yes.
And this wasn't something that had been prepped for days, weeks, like Luis Rivera. This was a, you want to talk to her? Let's go right now.
That's correct.
When witnesses speak like Luis Rivera, he signs paperwork that's immunity, right? That they're protected, that anything they say can't be used against them, right?
That's part of the proffer agreement, yes.
And Luis Rivera had that every time he spoke to you. Not for the interviews, for the proffers.
For the proffers, yes, at that point, and then he pled.
Ms. Magbanua didn't request to have that protection when she met with law enforcement, correct?
That would have been between you and Georgia.
You don't know that it was there, right?
I don't know.
And basically what happened in that room is Ms. Kawass and I sat back.
Object to counsel testifying.
Continue with the question.
What happened in that meeting is that Ms. Kawass and I stepped back, right?
Sort of.
And let you and ASA Kappelman, for as long as you wanted to, for whatever questions you have, question Ms. Magbanua.
You kept throwing hints that you had a piece of evidence that we missed and overlooked, and we knew what that piece was, and there was no surprise to it, and so, yeah, it didn't go anywhere.
Okay. That wasn't my question, though. My question was, we let law enforcement ask her whatever you want without any protection.
That's correct.
We didn't stop you. We just said, go ahead, ask away.
No, that's correct.
Not so that we could come in here and say that there was the opportunity, so that you could finally try to get to the bottom of what happened here, right?
The strategy behind it, I don't know.
Ms. Kappelman said it was a joke. Was anybody laughing in that room?
Nobody laughed in the room, no.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Here we go. Ryan's back, everybody. Homo, no, was it? Macho sapien. Okay. Can we get this guy a bigger chair, please? We need an extra strong, reinforced chair to hold all of that man.
Oh. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Fitzpatrick. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can you please introduce?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired from carrying my jaw around. Yeah, I was gonna wear a tie, but I figured out I needed one about 15 yards long to go around my neck properly.
Introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter.
My name is Ryan Fitzpatrick, RyanFitzpatrick.
And what do you do for a living?
I run a medical facility in
Little bit of a scratchy nose there, Ryan. Late night?
Florida.
Did you see that sniff? That was the classic sniff.
Known Charlie for many years. He was a former friend of mine and a former business partner of mine.
And how long ago do you think, and you can approximate?
Hang on. I want to see that sniff again because there's sort of no doubt in my mind. Can't go back a little bit. All right, it's only going to be a few seconds.
I don't know.
Ms. Catman said it was a joke. Was anybody laughing in that room?
Nobody laughed in the room, no.
Thank you. I'm nothing further.
All right. You may step down. Thank you. Just need you to scoot up to that microphone and talk loudly into that, okay? Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Fitzpatrick. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Ryan Fitzpatrick, RyanFitzpatrick.
And what do you do for a living?
I run a medical facility in
It's the sniff after the touch, right?
Florida.
Do you know someone by the name of Charles Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know him?
Known Charlie for many years. He was a former friend of mine and a former business partner of mine.
And how long ago do you think, and you can approximate, how long have you known him? 2012, 11?
Like 15 years.
Okay. And when do you, if you remember, when did you first meet?
Prior to moving to South Florida, just through mutual friends.
And from that time on, you guys were really close, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know his family as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you spent a considerable amount of time with his family?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
So you know his mother, Donna?
Yes, ma'am.
Harvey?
God, I bet that was fun. The fuck? What is it with these people? Hey, do you want to come round to meet my mom?
Yes, ma'am.
And his sister, Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know his brother, Robert?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Have you ever met him?
No, ma'am.
When you were ever around the Adelson family, did they talk about him a lot?
No, ma'am.
And
this is the closest witness they've got to an Adelson at the moment, right? Who else have they had up that's closer to an Adelson than this guy? I mean, I know that they fell out, but he's almost, at one point, was almost a member of the family. I'm trying to think how many witnesses there have been for the prosecutor. Well, obviously Wendy, but, you know, aside from Wendy, this is the closest one, right?
how close would you describe Charles Adelson to his mother, Donna?
Very close.
Like, talk on the phone every day?
A cappella, I'd love to see this guy try and fit himself into a go-kart. He wears go-karts as roller skates in the rink.
Yes, ma'am.
Multiple times a day?
Probably, yes, ma'am.
And how close was he to his sister, Wendy?
I mean, very close.
Was he protective of her?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever meet Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how many times you were hanging out around her?
Multiple occasions.
Okay. But the majority of the time that you knew her, was she living in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am. Well, no, she had come to South Florida at that point for the majority of the time, but I had know who she was and when she was in Tallahassee.
Okay, so the majority of the time that you spent with her is after she relocated back to Miami after the death of her ex-husband?
Yes, ma'am.
After the murder of her ex-husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she ever talk to you about her divorce?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Charlie ever talk to you about her divorce?
Maybe occasionally in passing, nothing that I recollect of significance at all.
Was there a type of tone or demeanor to him whenever he was referencing the divorce or Dan Markel?
After the murder, yes.
Okay. Before the murder, did...
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No.
After the murder, how did Charles express his feelings towards Dan Markel? Did he, one way or the other? If he didn't, he didn't. If he did, he did. Let us know.
Can you rephrase it?
Let me make it easy. Did he ever talk badly about Dan Markel?
Nobody talked good about Dan.
Nobody talked to you about Dan?
Not in that family.
Okay.
Nobody talked good about Dan, I said.
Okay, so that's what I was going to get to. How did you, because you've been around them, how did you get there? What was their feeling towards Dan Markel?
I mean, I really didn't pay a lot of attention to it. Mm-hmm. Obviously, it was insignificant to me at the time, mm-hmm. but, you know, I mean, you could tell it wasn't someone that they were fond of.
Now, how would you would you describe Charlie Adelson as the marrying kind? Want to settle down?
He was never my type, no.
Okay. I appreciate that, Mr. Fitzpatrick. All right. So, but Charlie wasn't a one-woman kind of girl, was he? When you guys were
no, ma'am.
Okay, and you kind of laughed when you said that.
Yes, ma'am.
He would have different girls all the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you even keep track of them?
No, ma'am.
Would some of these girls, the ones you've seen, they overlap with each other, right?
I imagine they did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as far as you knew, all these women didn't know about each other, if you know.
I don't think so, no, ma'am.
Okay. And you remember when he started dating Catherine, right?
Vaguely, yes, ma'am. Just
okay.
Because I would hear her name, Katie, Cat, you know.
That's how Charles would refer to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And your understanding of their relationship, was this just one of the girls that Charles was seeing?
To be honest, I really didn't pay a lot of attention to girls that he saw.
Understandably.
It was just kind of like, okay, whatever.
Just because it's another one and another one and another
one.
You don't want to invest too much time in someone you're probably not going to know for too long.
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, would you describe Charlie as being someone who likes to be the center of attention?
I guess you could describe him as that, yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury as a friend how much he talks?
When doesn't he talk?
I couldn't have said it better.
Right.
So, and isn't it true that part of the reason you don't speak to him is because you got sick of listening to him talk?
It became overwhelming, yes, ma'am.
And it's because he always puts himself as the center. It's always him, his problem just going on in his life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And is it an accurate description to say that he will repeat the same thing 100 different times, 100 different ways to prove his point?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And has he ever, when he's trying to prove a point to you, presented different scenarios to try to prove his point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And sometimes do you just agree with him because you give up?
Yes, ma'am.
You just want him to shut up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, have you seen him use this technique to manipulate others?
To myself, I mean, I've experienced it. And
do you feel that that's what he tries to do with his words, is that he's a manipulator?
I mean, I never thought of it as like that till later in our relationship, but you can say that, yes.
Okay. And you'd also describe him as being very, very smart, right?
Brilliant, yes.
Brilliant is the word you've used. Can he read a situation very quickly and just react?
Yes, ma'am.
Man, brilliant. Charlie Adelson. Oh. Should we go to the jailhouse calls? Dan made it for a 5th grade level. He should have made it for a 3rd grade level. We're a 1 grade level. This is Tallahassee. It's just a bunch of apes with their big, hairy feet.
The wheels are always...
I bet Ryan's got hairy feet. He's got hairy everything. Even his hair has hair.
turning when it comes to him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you best friends with him in July of 2014?
We were close friends.
Okay, I'll say close friends.
We got closer as time went on.
Okay, and then you had said earlier, just so we have a time frame for the jury, that you eventually have a falling out.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, do you remember what year that was?
I mean, the COVID year that we, I imagine it was 2018.
Okay, perfect.
Like June of 2018 or something around that time.
All right, and I know it's an approximation, but the year is held.
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to around the time that Dan Markel was murdered, because that is July 2014, and you said you guys were close friends, right? There's a bunch of you guys, right, that hung out.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was a group, basically? You, there's Clint Stevenson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There's Darren Pike.
Yes, ma'am.
There's, am I leaving anyone out? Charles?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else that is a close friend of that group?
I mean, there was a large group of friends. Yes,
of guys, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And whenever you guys, I mean, when this happened, that was a pretty big deal, right?
Yes.
Someone that he knew, a family member, former family member, had been murdered.
Oh, can we just quickly show Kiwi Vanderman what the poll's about? We got a comment. We got a crazy comment. This is the comment. I'm blocking your channel from getting recommended on my page because of that obnoxious alteration of the thumbnail. Only the worst do that because their videos can't stand on their own. It's disgusting. And if you notice, this gentleman has 12, grand total of 12 subscribers. The image that they're referencing is this image. You know, I made the eyes bigger and I made the mouth bigger. So what? I think it's eye-catching. Yeah, have your vote, Kiwi. Or tell us what you think direct.
Yes, ma'am.
That just doesn't happen every day, right?
Not in my family.
Now, when he was around you guys, did he ever say anything like, oh my God, you would not believe what happened to Wendy's husband?
Never.
Never said, did you guys hear this about Dan Markel?
No, ma'am.
You never heard him express that, right?
No, ma'am.
Did he, as far as you know, go up to Tallahassee to be with his sister when he was murdered?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if he's ever been to Tallahassee?
No, ma'am.
Did you find that strange that he just never spoke about the circumstances surrounding Wendy's ex-husband's murder?
I think it was so hard to fathom and that it was a reality, I guess, that
Okay.
I really didn't, it was just never brought up, so it was almost like it wasn't real.
Okay.
Even though obviously it is.
And that's close to home as it relates to Charles Adelson. This is his sister's ex-husband.
Yes, ma'am.
The father of her two sons, his nephews. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Have you ever met them?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, isn't it true that when you were friends with Charlie, one of the ways that you would use to communicate with him, and he communicated with you, is by the use of WhatsApp?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, now, and he would use the WhatsApp to make phone calls to you on the phone. That's how you guys would talk, voice calls on WhatsApp, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you knew that back then, I mean, Charlie even would talk to you a couple times a day, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so your records had WhatsApp. You don't know if WhatsApp would be reflected on call detail records, right?
Well, the thought was that it was encrypted communication.
Mm-hmm. Would you describe Charles Adelson as a paranoid person in that way?
Yes, ma'am.
Like, has all these cameras around his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and always thinking that, like, you know, they're always very cautious when he's talking on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was even before Dan Markel was murdered, right?
I can't recall. I don't even think WhatsApp was out back then, but I mean.
It was, but.
Yeah.
But you don't, that's just the nature of who he was, kind of. that he's always kind of suspicious of everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, you remember meeting Katherine. And
in passing, but no, I don't know Katherine personally at all.
No, and the one time you had met, you had seen her at his house.
I believe so, yes, ma'am. I mean, it's been so long.
You do remember, though, Charles telling you that Sigfredo Garcia, the mother of her kids, had confronted him before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You also remember him telling you something about a confrontation that involved Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember?
Just continue with your question. That's
okay. I'll just go to the next one. You just asked it first. Okay. Now, with that said, do you know if Charles knew about the existence of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Has Charles Adelson ever made payments to you in cash?
Yes, ma'am.
How did he package his money?
Stapled.
Describe for the jury how bills and where the staple would be.
Usually would separate $1,000 at a time. 10 100s equals $1,000 and would staple that.
Okay, and you just staple like stacks of hundreds, but it's 10 $100 bills.
Yes, ma'am.
Per 1,000, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's paid you that way before.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find that strange?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yes, ma'am.
And I mean, that was an odd way to have money. You've never seen anyone ever done that with money before, right?
No, ma'am.
Now, in your estimation, 10 stacks of the thousands, it'd be the same as if it were 10 $1 bills, right? Because a $1 bill and a $100 bill are the same in diameter, width, and all of that, right?
Correct.
So if you just stack 10 of them together, it's pretty thin, right?
Correct.
And then you put 10 of those together, it's probably about that big, right?
Probably, yes, ma'am.
Not like a brick of cocaine.
Right.
Now, to your knowledge, did Charlie use drugs? Like, have you ever seen him do drugs in front of you? Marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if he was using steroids? Only if you know.
I know he was.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, around the time that Katherine was arrested, all right, that was in October of 2016, did you notice a change in his behavior?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe for the jury what that change was.
Frantic behavior, nervousness, paranoia, restlessness.
Did you guys as a group ever even confront or just ask him, or this was just a topic that was off limits when it came to Dan Markel and how he died?
Did we confront him as...
Like, you know, just in passing or talking, because this was kind of a known thing. Did you ever say, hey, did your family ever get any information about what happened to Dan Markel?
It was never really relating to Dan. It was just relating to the case.
Okay. And would he ever talk about the case with you guys or just not?
Just that, you know, he was innocent. He's got nothing to worry about. This is nonsense or other expletive terms about it.
Okay. Do you remember him ever saying something in reference to, you know, you can get away with murder, you just have to keep your mouth shut?
Yes, ma'am.
He's not one to keep his mouth shut, is he?
No, ma'am.
Now, around the time that, oh, no, I asked you that right. Now, at some point, you said you had a falling out with Charles Adelson, right?
Correct.
Has he, since the time of 2016, has all of his close male friendships kind of fallen apart?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is he still friends with Darren Pike? As far as if you know,
I think they still communicate, and well, not anymore, but I think they were still in communication. I don't necessarily know at whose benefit that was.
Okay. But Clint Stevenson and some of the others, not close
I don't believe
anymore.
they speak to him anymore as well.
Now, with regards to you, what happened that caused your falling out?
Well, it was kind of a labored relationship just because all he did was complain, talk about himself, talk about this scenario as well. It just got old. I mean, it would be 4 times a day, repetitive, calling me at noon in the middle of the day, 45-minute phone calls in the middle of the day. It just got frustrating. And then we had a business together, whereas we had a difference of opinions on how it should go. And because of this trial at hand, or potential trial at hand, he kind of freaked out and pulled the rug out from under me. And I continued to placate the friendship in order to close out our books and do the right thing. And, you know, he kind of crossed me a little bit and then has since opened up, you know, litigation against me.
Against you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Now, even though you've been friends with him for years, you did not hear from the police until after the pandemic, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So your name is all over his iCloud, but they didn't contact you until 2020.
Correct.
And this was after he had begun his lawsuit against you.
Yes.
So they probably
Yes,
knew
ma'am.
they probably knew you weren't on good terms.
Correct.
And it was a phone call that they reached out to you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember who it was that you spoke to on the phone?
Mr. Newlin and someone from the FBI.
Agent Sanford, sound familiar? Could be.
No,
Okay.
he's special agent.
Special agent, all right. And you told them specifically about the money, right? How you've seen him packaged it that way before.
They asked me about the money, and I concurred with their.
Oh, so they specifically asked you about that.
It kind of led into it, and then because I figured they already knew the answer, so tell them the truth.
When they called you, they specifically directed your attention to, hey, we know you're friends with Charlie. Do you have any information about the murder of Dan Markel? Is that?
Basically, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you told them more or less everything that you told this jury today, right?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's a lot of relevant information that you have against Charlie, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
You're not here under a state subpoena, are you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Which side brought you here to testify in court?
Catherine's side.
All right. And I want to talk to you about one other thing. You know about Charlie's had a Lexus
yes,
at
ma'am.
some point in time, right?
Harvey's.
It was Harvey's Lexus, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then it ends up, well, the records show that Catherine paid for it, okay? Have you ever bought a car from Charles Adelson, or do you guys have?
He bought one from a friend that I sold a Range Rover to a friend that sold it to Charlie, and then Charlie since sold it,
But that's something that he's done, is he'll buy cars and then he sells them. It was at a reduced rate too for this Range Rover, right?
Very.
How much was it sold for?
I think it was bought for me for 17. I think I sold $8,500 or something like that.
Okay, and Range Rover's a pretty high price car. Do you know what year it was?
2007, but it only had like 35,000 miles on it. And I had no problems with it, but as soon as I sold it, they did.
But that's something that he normally does, is he
Yes,
will
ma'am.
take cars and sell them to his friends, right?
Correct.
Does he also involve himself? He's a dentist, right? Is that that's not his only source of income though, right?
No, ma'am.
He has other business ventures and other things going on.
Yes, ma'am. We were in business together, and then he owns like Class C rental properties.
Oh, properties that he rents out to tenants and stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he has a house in Fort Lauderdale, right?
Correct.
Is it a mansion?
Not at all.
Okay. In comparison to some of the other houses in South Florida, how would you describe it? Moderate?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. It was. I don't know. It was kind of gross.
But he's still that guy that has a Ferrari parked in his garage, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have a brief moment?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
What was your understanding of how Katherine Magbanua came to own the Lexus?
That it was sold to her for a reduced rate, or I don't know the price or what the terms were.
You were given a deposition in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now turn your attention to page 55, lines 18 through 21.
Okay. Yes, I said he gave it to her. Gave it to her reduced rate. I don't know what a reduced rate is. You know, it could be $50 or something.
You don't have any personal knowledge of their bank accounts. You didn't see any check or
No,
cash
ma'am.
exchange. Okay. You said in your deposition that you thought that he gave it to her, but he may have given it to her at a reduced rate.
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So I want to talk about this confrontation. This confrontation that you're talking about, that this is what Charlie Adelson told you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he told you that Garcia confronted he and Katherine Magbanua when they were together, right?
Correct.
Okay. And this confrontation occurred during the day
From my understanding, yes.
when when Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua were planning to go jet skiing that day.
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Charlie Adelson had his jet skis with him. That's what they were planning to go do.
From what I understood, from what Charlie said, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's when Garcia confronted them, tried to run them off the road.
Correct.
Okay. Made a scene.
From my understanding of what I was told, yes, ma'am.
And Katherine Magbanua was there.
From my understanding, from what I was told, yes, ma'am.
Right. You weren't there.
No, ma'am.
This is just what Charlie's telling
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Okay. And you said that he didn't tell you about any other confrontation that he ever had with Garcia besides that jet ski incident.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't have any knowledge of any communication between Charlie and Garcia besides him saying that, hey, he confronted me when we were taking the jet skis out.
Correct.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, you described Charles Adelson as brilliant, right?
Correct.
He wouldn't be the type of person to plan a homicide on a regular phone that could be tracked, right?
I would hope not.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Please.
Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, understanding it's early for lunch, I believe that now would be the time to take the break.
Okay. All right. We're going to break a little bit early today, and but we will give you until 1 o'clock, so you're going to get some extra time, and we're going to be mindful of the time today. So please, no conversations, no looking at the internet, no discussions with any friends or family members, and we'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock to continue. Okay? Thank you.
Charlie,
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh, boy.
Ah, fuck. Shit. Sorry. It's been ages. I've said so much. Mute button. You see, that's one of the things that hopefully the new Beast Machine supercomputer will solve, because I'll be able to see all the fucking... Well, I was busy thanking everyone, and then I spoke a bit about Katie's tits, and yeah. Yeah, it's really hard to spot these notices in the chat. Need to, yeah, you know what? I mean, well, we'll see. We'll see. Shit, sorry. But did you hear me say thank you, Mary, and thank you to everybody, to Pariah as well. Hopefully, because I really did.
Courtroom, the door is closed. Please be seated. So you will not be calling Stephen Downing?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I will, and I'm not going to elaborate on, I have some serious concerns based on that conversation, not against the government, but the change. So we're not calling Mr. Downing. We are done with all of our other witnesses. We are not calling our expert, John Sawicki.
Okay.
I do have there were some exhibits and the government wanted to look at everything again. So
yeah, I'm not gonna start Katie's testimony today. That deserves to have its own video from the beginning, right? And it's she's up there for quite a long time as well, so it's probably going to be 2 videos. But we might as well take it up to that point.
So best
see if anything's going to be said,
so that we could have that. There are a series of text messages. Now these are all messages we've already spoken.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate the very generous super chat, Pariah, and thank you also, Mary, for the fabulous coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Puts us all a little bit closer, ever closer to realizing that dream, that fantastic dream, the new machine, the dream machine, the beast, the Metrix beast. Yeah, no, it's going to be fantastic, guys. We're going to be able to do so much for the channel. It's going to be 21st century in here.
About during the trial, the defense would like to move them in. We're not entering it for the truth of the matter, and I can articulate why we're not entering it for the truth of the matter. And then my understanding is that the government has their demonstrative that had gone in, and if theirs has gone in, we would like to move ours in as well too.
All right. Well, it's not going to the jury, anyways. If it's a demonstrative, so
I think she looks like a wonton, Michelle. A wonton.
You can put it in as a demonstrative, but it won't be going back to the jury.
And we have it as a demonstrative right now. It's already been entered. I just didn't know if the government had theirs in. I can check it. With the messages, what I can do is...
I don't think that... Well, let's ask. Is the picture with all the faces on it that you use, Ms. Kappelman, that's just a demonstrative, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so that's not going back to the jury.
Settles that. We have these series of messages. Now, we've already laid the foundation. They've been authenticated. I just want to, in fairness to the government, have the discussion with them. I can explain how it's not for the truth of the matter. It's to it, and I can articulate it if it's
why didn't we go ahead and enter them into evidence when we're going through the particular witnesses?
Because it was my choice at the time, trying to move through the witnesses, knowing that we've already laid the foundation. All of these have already been discussed, and witnesses have discussed it. We just haven't moved it.
All right, Ms. Kappelman, do you want to take a look at these?
Yes, sir.
How many are there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sets.
All right.
We've discussed all of them.
Okay. What is the state will take a look at those. Okay, so now our issue is how we're going to proceed this afternoon and whether or not Ms. Magbanua will be testifying. All right, so Ms. Kawass, I know that you've been having discussions with Ms. Magbanua, and so has a decision been reached as to whether or not Ms. Magbanua will be testifying? And I'm going to inquire to her after, but you can tell me right now, Ms. Kawass. She will be testifying? Okay.
Whoa.
All right, so I'm going to ask her a few questions. And so, Mr. Decoste, would you mind putting the mic?
Man, that must be real. She must be like really nervous about that, huh? I mean, can you imagine? She's been sitting watching Sarah and Georgia all trial for like, this is the 6th day, so she's already watched them for a full week. You know, and it's her second trial watching them. I mean, she knows how good they are. She knows how they got a grasp of the facts, right? And she knows that she's inadequate to go up against them, and yet she still does, right? I'd be begging for the plea agreement. Don't send me in there. I'm not going to the witness box. I want a plea.
Microphone, bringing that up to Ms. Magbanua. All right, Ms. Magbanua, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have the right to testify, but you also have the right not to testify? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can discuss this with anyone. You can discuss it with friends or family members or your attorneys, but ultimately it is your decision you want to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey,
now,
how are you?
You have...
Good. How are you?
Good. Just got home from work.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy, thanks so much, Donna Bowen, for the fabulous coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Excellent stuff, Donna. Thank you.
An absolute right not to testify. You've heard me already instruct the jury that you have that right. And if you choose not to testify, then in the closing instructions, I will again instruct the jury that you have the absolute right not to testify and that they cannot hold that against you or consider that in their deliberations. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, you do also have the right to testify. And if you choose to testify, then I will instruct them that they will consider your testimony just as any other witness. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
So have you made a decision as to whether or not you want to testify?
Yes, I'll be testifying today.
All right. So you have made a decision. Is anybody forcing you to testify?
No, Your Honor.
Is this by your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so at the appropriate time, are you certain of this?
Your Honor.
Okay. So at the appropriate time, when we return, your counsel will come to the witness stand and be subject to examination and cross-examination by the state, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so that's how we'll proceed this afternoon, and I anticipate it will take a good bit of the afternoon, and but I expect that it will conclude today, okay? So
it's going to conclude today. I think it's really.
We'll be mindful. We were going to be mindful of the time today in regards to the jurors because of obligations. So Ms. Magbanua will testify this afternoon, and we'll complete that by 5 o'clock. Now, so what we will do then for scheduling purposes is that tomorrow morning we will go, if there's not, I'll ask for any rebuttal witnesses after Ms. Magbanua testifies. Do you anticipate any at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So so defense will rest. I will ask for any rebuttal witnesses, and if there are none, then I will excuse the jury for the day. If we need to go over jury instructions, but I expect everybody has taken a look at them. Okay, I don't think that there's anything earth-shattering there. I think we can get through those pretty quickly, and then tomorrow morning I will read jury instructions, and then we'll get right to closing arguments, and then those will be completed by lunchtime. I'll have lunch ready and available for the jury, and they'll begin their deliberations at that time. That is the schedule moving forward. Everybody have a good understanding of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's how we'll proceed. So you have some time here till 1 o'clock, but let's be prompt in the courtroom at 1 o'clock to continue with the testimony, okay? All right, in regards to these exhibits, were there any objections to those?
Just hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, and you were saying that they're not for the truth of the matter asserted?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right,
Your Honor wants to take it for lunch, and I can articulate when we come back as to why these are being brought in. Whatever works for the court.
I'd rather do it. Let me take a look at them. about need a magnifying glass for these.
I apologize, Your Honor. The first two are quite small. What you have in the first message is Wendy Adelson and Charles Adelson talking about where they're having dinner. And in the second one, you have a text message from Katherine Magbanua to Charles Adelson about the fact that Sigfredo Garcia is upset. We're not trying to prove that that there was a dinner on March 11th. We're not trying to prove that Sigfredo Garcia was upset. What we're trying to prove is that he was aware of the relationship, that he's upset about the relationship, but more importantly, that he knows where they are and that he has the potential of access to Charles Adelson. The next set of ones is something that the government already has in it. Did Tuto have, I think that I have this order right. Did Tuto call your phone? Now the government entered in, if I'm not mistaken, an exhibit. That is ours. There's actually one slide that's not in there. But that one, we're not trying to prove that Tuto called the phone. We're not trying to prove that it was deep sea fishing. There was a lot of testimony about this, about the fact that it was a joke or not. What we're trying to show is that there is the potential access between Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson. I don't know what the next one is, if Your Honor gives me the reference. Yeah, so that's the goodbye tour. We're not trying to prove that there was a trip to Key West. We're not trying to prove that it was actually the goodbye tour. What we are trying to establish is the fact that Charles Adelson, around the time of when these trips are happening, has made the decision that he is no longer going to be dating Katherine Magbanua. And then I think the next one is in August, where Katherine is upset. Now, we're not trying to prove that Katherine was upset, but instead that Charles Adelson was pushing her out of his life. There may be another one in between the two.
Good night, Michelle. Thanks for coming.
All right, there's other ones between the defendant and Mr. Adelson, again in regards to Mr. Garcia. Then there's the ones in regards to, are you going to the beach or the pool?
We had a lot, and so that's the morning of the alleged money drop,
Right.
7/19/2014. We're not trying to prove that she actually went to the pool with the kids. What we're trying to show and illustrate from those messages, and there has been testimony about it. I think Sergeant Corbett was asked by the government specifically about it. What we're trying to show is that there aren't any communications about a murder, because the government has this theory that the cell phones were used to communicate about the murder.
All right, I'll allow them to be admitted. This will be what? This is going to be a composite exhibit?
I would have them as 7 separate exhibits.
Those are justice birds, Michelle, and they are in the courtroom.
All right.
But whatever the court, I think it's easier.
Well, let's get them marked and then and numbered, please. And then there's 7 different exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, so it'll be 32 through 39. All right. So they're not for the truth of the matter asserted, although they are hearsay. I'll allow them to be admitted. And so defense exhibit 32 through 39 will be admitted.
And that's all, Your Honor. We're going to confirm over lunch in a few minutes just to make sure all of our stuff is in, but I believe it is.
All right. Okay, so this afternoon we have the testimony, and then if we need to have any discussions about jury instructions after that, we're going to do that after that, because the jury is going to be excused, and then we'll make sure everything's ready to go for tomorrow morning. Okay? We'll be in recess until 1 o'clock.
Now, I'm sorry to hold up, Your Honor. Will we be able to get any sort of extra access to Ms. Magbanua during?
All right, anything from counsel before we bring the jury in? I'll go to the state first. Ms. Kavelman?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Okay, thank you.
What does that mean, Pariah? Gotta beat coffin call metrics before the sun comes up. Well, it's cloudy today. It's light out. And I'm not going to go to sleep now. I've got some videos to edit.
All right, re-entering the courtroom.
Okay, please be seated. And we're ready to continue with the testimony. The defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense calls Katherine Magbanua.
All right, Ms. Magbanua, would you please come up and take the stand?
This is your moment. Go on, just waddle your way over to the wobble station.
Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand and respond to the clip.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Yes, I swear the testimony I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And it wasn't me.
Please have a seat. And scoot up close to that microphone and adjust your image, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Magbanua.
Good afternoon.
Okay, can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Katherine Magbanua, Katherine
Okay.
And I think that's where we'll leave it, guys. Let's go and just have a quick wiretap call, you know, for all you guys still hanging out. Let's just have a quick, I like to close off with a wiretap call. And then we'll be back. We'll be back with Katie's testimony. It's only right that we start it from the beginning in one. So...
Hello. Hey. Hello. Hello.
Hey, where you at?
Hey, no, I'm not gonna be able to make it because I just got off and like the traffic is gonna be like crazy.
Yeah, I agree. Do you want me to leave something outside my house tomorrow for you?
No, that's I'm fine. I was gonna tell you that I had to renew, so I don't know why it had like the office number because I always put it on yours. It's easier to contact you because I know the office is closed sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I know exactly what you mean, Michelle.
Like I had to renew for everything for their benefits and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, all right, I just been driving around with a big bag of goodies.
Oh, God, I'm exhausted. I haven't had any sleep.
Oh, we listened to this one the other day.
No sleep.
Hang on.
You need.
We listened to that one the other day. And it wasn't even good.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Oh, hola. Bien, bien.
¿Qué te pasa?
Ay, Dios mío.
Ugh, we had this one as well. Hang on, I just want to find a fresh one. Waddling like a duck.
Yeah. Hey, I was gonna ask you, I forgot. When you applied for Heidi's whatever kid, what is it? Florida Kid Care? Yes. How much do you have to pay? 15. How come they're charging? They didn't even ask me. They didn't even ask me for paperwork. For income or nothing? No, they didn't ask me for anything. that's so weird. You got really lucky because Kenya's paying $157 per month.
Oh my God.
I'm like, why? I'm like,
Bottom
They
line.
didn't ask me for, and I don't know if it's because
Bottom
she's
line.
so little, if it makes a difference, but they didn't ask me.
Her obviously for child support too. And I was like, what you should have done, since Alex gets paid less because he's a waiter, was him. He should have filed for her. She's like, they don't stop calling me. They already want payment. And I told them, I'm like, hello, I just paid like last week. Like this was like a couple weeks ago, you know? And then when she told me, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, no. Because that's like how much a kid is cost, you know, to put it on your like in her company insurance.
I slept yesterday, so I'm good for the rest of the week.
Okay, and then now she doesn't know what to do since she's pregnant. Like, what should she do? Like, where does she?
She told her to apply for Medicaid for pregnant women. They give it to everybody, no matter what.
It doesn't.
She might as well drop it and get Medicaid for pregnant women.
Yeah, because I think they give it to you no matter what. Yeah, they do. I don't think it matters if you make money or not. So you have to get it before Friday?
No. It has to close on Friday so that I can get paid on Friday. Because if not, if it doesn't close till Monday, I have to wait to get paid for 2 weeks.
Oh, like you don't get, what, is it like a commission or that's like your paycheck?
Yes. No, it's a commission on top of my paycheck.
How much is each? It depends on how much.
Kaza, how you doing? I'm going to go and have a bowl of cereal in a minute, Kaza. I'm thinking fruit and fiber.
25%.
With a bit of sliced banana. Oh no, I've got to wait because those are really green.
25%.
How much?
I make a 20% commission on the total amount made on the file.
But how much is like the closing for it?
I'm gonna make like $700.
Oh yeah, you better close that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a lot.
Exactly. I got my kid's birthday coming. No.
Yeah, I know. I have to fucking save. I thought you start working. I can't deal. Keeps me busy. I need sanity.
Oh, he emailed me back and I told him that you were interested, blah, blah, blah. And I go, okay, I'm gonna give you her number so you guys can, talk specifics or whatever. And he's like, okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm like, okay.
Are you sure he's not gonna rape me?
No, bro. He's a pussy, bro. He doesn't.
Because it depends, for the right money.
I know, right? Shit.
Yeah, last call for coffees. I'm going to have another coffee as well in a minute and get to work. You guys are all going to go to sleep. The day's just started in the Metrix studio. You think one day I'm going to get a coffee machine? How great is that going to be? I'll just press a button. I'll have it right here on the desk. That'll be fantastic. I've never had a coffee machine. They're not even that much money. I had a look at them today.
Doing bad.
I know, bro. Life is rough, bro. Got bills.
Yeah, mine is from Lidl, Kaza. Great minds, great minds.
When is Nikki gonna go to her office?
Huh?
When is Nikki going to her office?
When is who what?
Nikki. When is Nikki going to her office? She's Christ, woman.
Oh, Nikki. Oh, I thought. Why?
He got fired.
He was.
Oh. He was the one that I was telling you about that he had the federal case. Did I tell you about that?
No.
Yeah, he had a federal case.
Oh, federal case?
Okay. 13. For years.
Wait, you're breaking up a bit. Hello?
Oh my God.
Okay, tell me now.
In 2013.
Uh-huh.
And he was in jail for 2 years.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Doing what?
God.
you.
Oh yeah, we do still have more than 100 people in chat. Maybe we should stay on for a bit and do a few more calls. Squeeze some more watch hours and likes. Everyone leave a like on the video. Please do leave a like on the video. There's 15 people that haven't liked the video right now. Just click that thumb. That'd be great, guys.
Fraud, woman, fraud.
Oh, fraud. Oh, great.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
Hey, thanks so much for the super chat, Kazati. That's like 4 full boxes of fruit and fiber coming my way. Nice one.
somebody got and posted the link to the story on the Facebook, on the company Facebook.
Who did?
We don't know. It's a fake Facebook posted the
Have you got a coffee machine, Michelle? What's it called? Have you got a suggestion? Is it good? Is it good?
link to the story on the business Facebook. So now everybody knows about it, so they had to let it go.
Oh my God. Send it to me.
Oh, this is a rubbish call.
That is fucking crazy. That's fucked up though. Somebody's actually trying to make a living, you know?
Trying to make a living, you know?
And then anonymous. Somebody
The
just
way
might
these
get
guys complain about shit is so
Yep.
funny. Next.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Sorry, I got your. Nothing. I'm just driving to see my nephews. What's going
What?
on? Just driving to see my nephews.
Driving your jet ski?
No, driving to Miami.
Oh, okay. I was like, driving your jet ski? What do you mean? Weren't you just on the go-kart?
No.
How was it?
Oh, it's fucking awesome.
It was fast?
Oh my God, dude, those cars, when you take them down to Homestead, like the track's big enough, you'll get them up. They have go-karts that do 130 miles an hour.
Oh, wow. That looks fun.
Oh, they're
I
fucking
haven't looked at
nasty.
it.
Nasty. So what do you call it?
Yeah,
so
no.
what's,
I took all my shit. I left.
Get the fuck out of here.
I swear to God. And there was done that. I was like, you know what? You stay with fucking everything. I'm done with this shit. I told you it's been getting really bad. And I'm like, I'm fed up. I'm like, no, I'm not going to take anything from you. I don't want you to start bitching. I don't have a place to go. I'm and I was like, I don't. I'm like, oh, he's like, oh, the house. He's like, yeah, I'm giving you my car, my everything, and the house, and my car keys. So, I mean, the house keys. I was like, my shit is still here. All my TVs, my bed, and everything is there. I'm getting another apartment. Peace out.
What the fuck happened?
I don't know what to talk about it. I'm just, you know.
Yeah, I think you need to just calm down and like just take some time.
No, I'm tired of everybody telling me to fucking calm down and shit. Like, no.
Because you get crazy.
No,
You get
I
upset.
don't. I actually take a lot of shit. That's the problem. That is my problem. I always take a lot of shit. And I'm tired of that shit. So, whatever.
Dude, whatever transpired over in the last week over some girl showing him her tattoos, or nonsense in a bar while you're drinking.
No, it's more than that. Like, I mean, I don't have to tell you, like, all my business and stuff. But
So where are the kids living?
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure he's gonna ask his mom, and I told his mom, I said that his mom too. And I'm like, you know what? If I find out that you're gonna take care of them or whatever, I'm gonna report them. Think of what you're doing. You're gonna do this again? Fine, trust me. Try me. Let me call you back because I'm looking for.
Alright.
I'm about to meet up with Kenya.
Alright. By the way,
So you're gonna be in the beach?
I'm gonna be down in Miami. Why? You wanna come down and meet me?
Huh?
Do you wanna come down there and meet me?
I'm gonna be down in Wynwood for like a dinner for my friend's birthday, so you just let me know. But that's like later on, like
Call
like,
me later. Hey,
yeah.
did you find out anything about what we were talking about the other day?
About the property? No. And that's another
Nope.
thing, like I whatever. If you
I know.
If like you get like some weird calls or whatever, just like ignore it because like I listed your phone number on some of these.
It's what? You're mumbling. You got to speak clearly.
Well, I'm talking correctly. Look, today's not my day, okay? I'll call you later.
Wait, you said what?
I said,
hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
So can I talk now?
Yes.
I said if you get any phone calls from the leads that I sent you from the property, just ignore it.
All right, if they're not going to be good tenants, then I don't want them. I've had that problem.
Exactly.
All right. The only someone you say is going to be a good tenant is the only person I want. So I trust you.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Are the tenants going to raise their own rent? Oh, Charlie. Cody, Charlie. What else have we got? Trying to find what. Ooh, there's a 25-minute call here. I don't think we've listened to that yet. Could we handle that? Seems like quite a long time. Let's just keep it simple. 9 minutes. Oh, I don't know. Chibo coffee maker. Expensive, but I love it. I'm not liking the expensive, Michelle. I'm thinking I should be able to get one for like $35.
Hello. What are you gonna do with these kids' furniture? They need to take it out.
I don't know.
That all of that too, because then it has to be cleared then. All of that stuff and the backyard is a mess. They have a whole bunch of stuff in the backyard.
I don't know. Let me see what I could think of.
Because it all needs to be done tomorrow then. Because after that, then I have to clean it so that at least I can get that money back. So I'm gonna need help.
See, she's trying to sell the fucking kids' furniture and clean the fucking house so that she can get the fucking security deposit back, I guess. What happened to millionaire lifestyle hitman, paid $100,000, kill Professor Markel, buy a couple of tits, a motorcycle? It's all gone. You know, you took away Professor Markel's life. You took away the father of Ben and Lincoln and the son of Phil and Ruth. And now, fucking not even 2 years later, your boyfriend's been arrested for murder. And you're fucking around trying to run from the cops while cleaning your house to get your fucking security deposit back. That's the reality of what's going on, Katie, okay? You know, try and have a bit more long range planning, you know, in your decision making in the future. You know, try and get that impulsivity, that impulsive greed, that impulsive selfish greed under control, because you know this is the kind of situation you end up in when you make those sort of poor, short-sighted, greedy decisions, you know. Or at least I can get my money back. At least I can get my $700 because that's all the money I have. I have 2 fake tickets and $700. Sigfredo is in jail. And I need to sell this children's furniture and get all their toys out of the backyard. Oh, man.
What are you going to do with all your stuff?
I don't know. That's something I have to figure out now because I have a 2-day period.
Give me the picture so I could send it to Diana now.
Huh?
You have it? You have the
I sent
picture?
it to you a long time ago.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I'll send it again, but I sent it to you earlier in the afternoon when I spoke to you.
Okay, let me send it to Diana.
Because then are you going to be able to come with me tomorrow and at least figure out what to do with all of the stuff? Because I have to get everything out. I guess I'm going to try to find a U-Haul and stick everything in there. And then get all the guys that I know that can help me out, which is another more stuff that I have to do on me because nobody else can do it. Money-wise, it's me. Taking care of the apartment is me. The kids, obviously, is me.
Yeah, I don't think my mom's going to bring a coffee maker, Kaza, but they're not expensive here, actually. Yeah, there's one that looks like it makes great coffee. Yeah, I think it was about 80. So that might be doable at some point in the future. We'll see. Fucking hell, Michelle. 350. That better make some good coffee. What is it? Fucking gold coffee. You know, solid gold. That sounds wonderful, though. Yeah, it's nice when you have nice things, then you don't pay for them.
I know it's hard.
As gifts, shoplifting is wrong.
I know, but it seems like it's like in every talk that I have, it's like a fight instead of like, yes.
Wow, Michelle, the definition of a true greedy loser. I read lobster when I just scanned that quickly. The definition of a true greedy lobster. That might be a t-shirt, the greedy lobster. Be a good name for a restaurant, wouldn't it? The greedy lobster.
I can help you. Like, no,
Yes,
man.
but Katie,
That's fine. I'll talk to him. That's fine. And I'm even getting another person to go in for him. It's making his life a lot easier.
But he
But
doesn't
now
want
you gotta
another
help me
person.
figure out. Okay, no, but my friend already called him. He says he wants to meet her.
Oh yeah.
Why would he have a problem with another person?
And then she said,
Hey, what's the make and model talk jury to me? I want to check it out. I want to see what the cost is here.
Did you send her?
Of course, I'm pretty sure she did. But what does that have to do with another person?
Think about it, acapella. A greedy lobster is an extra big lobster, right? So that could be the restaurant's thing, you know, they only do big lobsters.
And that has nothing to do with anything.
And what would he told me that he would never into anybody?
I don't know.
That you know?
I don't know. I don't know why he would tell you that. I don't know. I wish I knew because that's something very rude to say.
It is. Especially about what he told me about his neighbors calling him and that they know what happened. And I told him, look, in media sometimes they say things that aren't true. So,
Yeah, but that's not even under his business. That's something that you shouldn't even have to discuss with him. That's like...
I didn't discuss it with him.
I know,
that's all I told
him. Like, that's not something that a person should even, like, say.
And he asked me if I was family, and I said no because I didn't want him questioning me, you know?
So ridiculous. Whatever. Okay. All right, well, will you be able to help me and then tomorrow? I'm going to have to pack up everything. Thank you.
What time?
Early. I'm going to have to drop off Ethan and then do that.
And where's Kaylee going to be?
I don't know. I'll probably ask my mom if she can stay. I don't know. That's another thing because I can't have her running around while I'm trying to pack the whole place.
That's another thing. I was going to go tomorrow morning, going to all three universities.
Like she's literally trying to pack the whole house up. Is this Sigfredo's mom again? I think it is, right? Koirig, yeah. I'm just checking out the website. Where's Talk Jury to Me? Tell us what your coffee maker is. I just saw one here for like 1,200 euros. That must be for the king.
Try to take Nikki to my brother's house.
To your brother's house?
Yeah, he lives on 36th Street.
Well, I don't know. You can't do that tomorrow. They need to get their shit out of the house because I can't even dispose of it in the backyard. They have to get it out.
Talk to him and ask him if he's going to give you a deposit.
He's not gonna give me my deposit until the end, and he's gonna inspect everything because that's how he is. And I'm pretty sure he's gonna cut off like whatever. I should be getting something back regardless. But if something was wrong or whatever, or the backyard, he's probably gonna say like, "Oh wait."
I bet she got nothing back. I bet he came round and was like, yes. What happened to the carpet here? Have you had a dog in here? The advertisement, it said no pets, no smoking, no pets. What's that? There's a cigarette burn. There's a cigarette burn on the kitchen counter. That's another $200. That'll have to be replaced. Yeah, she probably ended up owing him money. You know what she should have done? You fucking throw the keys in the fucking letterbox and you go. You just leave. It's a very liberating feeling. It's just like, okay, take it, fuck off.
The thing got messed up or whatever it is. But there's nothing that's damaged in the house. So probably just have to clean it up and stuff. And then, but the main thing is to get everything out. And I need people. That's why it's like now Willie's not here.
And they don't strike me as minimal people. I bet they've got all sorts of shit. You know, completely disorganized. Sigfredo and Katherine Magbanua. I mean, come on. You know, can you imagine packing up their house? It'd be a nightmare.
Or anything. Like I need the guys that can do some guy things. I can't lift all of this stuff. I can box things. Did I what? I have to ask
who you gonna bring?
I don't know. I'm in the process of trying to figure that out.
Well, figure it out and call me back. You have until the third anyway.
I'm not gonna look. It's a timely matter. The third is already on Friday. Okay, I still need a day to clear everything out. You got to figure out those kids where they're gonna take. We're gonna get.
I guess the garbage. I guess the garbage.
But they're gonna have to throw it out because I can't throw that out myself. You can't throw that out in the backyard. You get fined for that. Do you understand? Like they can't just like drop things off of my house and expect that I'm storage for them. And then when
nobody knew. Listen, nobody knew what was going to happen. Okay.
This is what I'm talking about. Why are you even like? Oh my God! Nobody knows anything.
Okay, nobody knew what was going to happen.
Okay, but still, they said 2 weeks that they were going to have it there. It's been there for a month. And then these kids still haven't found a place.
Okay, Katie, what do you want me to do? Tell me.
Yeah, it's
they need to
mom.
get that out. If they're gonna have to be there tomorrow. Don't think about on Friday. They have to be there tomorrow. Everything.
They can't be there. They don't have a car. They don't have a place to stay. They're trying to go to a place.
So what
to
are they
stay.
gonna do? I can't dispose of stuff. I can't. That's not another responsibility on top of me. I already did them a favor to keep their stuff there for a whole month. Somebody they know needs to drop them off over there, and they need to just dispose it if they can't have it. Stop putting things more on me.
Has it been expressed what they're talking about? I mean, it sounds like drugs. She keeps saying dispose of their stuff. I mean, that's not a couple of bicycles, is it? Where am I going to dispose of the stuff? That's drugs. Anyway, you want to check out a coffee maker that looks like it was used to invade Poland? Where is it? Here. Wow. Fucking hell. See, it's got like turrets. It's part coffee maker, part anti-tank missile system. I mean, if you put that in a pilot's cockpit, you'd just think it was part of the controls. You probably need a pilot's license to operate this damn thing. Fucking hell. It looks good though. Look, it even grinds the beans. You put fresh beans in the top, and it grinds the beans. Wow. I mean, what's the point in going out for coffee if you've got that at home, huh?
Katie, I'm not putting anything on
They need
you.
to figure that, but
Everybody's putting shit on me.
But they need
That's
to
what they're
figure that
doing.
out.
Everybody's putting stuff
But
on
they
me.
need to figure
Is that the one you have, Talk Jury?
that out. I'm telling you, I did you guys a favor for having it there. You said 2 weeks.
Well, don't you have
gonna
have a truck? We could throw it out somewhere.
But like that's the thing. And then who? Like, there's nobody here now. Ben Cameron's gonna have to come by. He has to get a ride or something. Or
No, he doesn't have a right.
Okay, but you're giving them reasons. Do you understand? You're giving them reasons to not have to
I'm
do
not
anything.
giving them reason, Katie. They're thinking about where to be.
Okay.
They don't have a place to stay. They're out on the street, Katie.
All right, but he can't take a day. You're going to tell me he can't take a day?
Yeah. Well, there's these things that they have now in Miami. They're called fucking motels. You know, I mean, they're cheap. They might not be great, but you know, you can find a place to stay in fucking Miami. You know, they're gonna stay on the street, Katie.
What? Tomorrow? That's when they kick him out of the hotel.
So it's my job to
Yes,
worry
hotel.
about their disposal of their things too. Just like I had to worry about you having to punch it and everything. Like, come on, bro, no, that's too much.
Okay, Katie, let me call Nikki.
You have to be firm with Cameron. Cameron, you have to be at the apartment tomorrow at 9 in the morning or whatever.
He can't.
Early.
He can't.
Why not? He doesn't
because
work.
he has to take care of his wife and kids that don't have a place to be, and he has to figure out where to go. That's why.
We're not going to kick him out of that place the same day.
Come on. Are you talking about hotel? You mean they don't kick you out?
So what is he going to do? He's just going to stand there regardless?
No, I'm trying to figure it out. She's calling me on the other line. I'm trying to figure out where they
need to get it out. Tell them that. They need to get that stuff out.
Okay, Katie, bye.
That was it. We'll do one more short one. I'm just enjoying looking at these coffee machines. Oh.
Hey, you still at work, right?
Yeah.
Tomorrow I'm gonna pack the rest of the stuff. Try to, at least. But take that out of your car because I don't want anybody to like break into your car because of the big box.
Oh no, for sure. I'm gonna have that inside.
Yeah, like just keep it inside your house. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no
Okay.
worries.
And don't forget to throw away that shit because it's gonna smell in your car. The 2 bags.
Shit, I gotta go get it. Fuck,
Yeah.
Thank you for
Throw it away now or else it's gonna smell.
Yeah, I'm gonna go right now.
No, you don't. Yeah, you just throw it in the trash can. I should have just thrown it away, but I didn't. I thought I had it in the car for some reason. I don't know. I was going crazy because like right now when I took out some of the bags, the bag is so thin, like it was breaking. I was like, what?
So this is like a big bag of weed, I guess. A pound, 2 pounds.
The fuck? Like it got stuck on tape, and it was like the whole thing. It's like it's so like thin.
Yeah, Katie, your life's a mess. You're on the run for murder. You're trying to get out of your house and sell your shitty furniture to get your fucking deposit back. You've got to clean your shit pit house, and your landlord's going to come round and find stuff to knock off the fucking money he owes you, right? Then you've got this pretty dopey guy showing up going, what? You're fucking ripping the tape off the big bag of weed on the handbrake or whatever. It's just all a mess, Katie. You need to slow down, take a minute.
So just get rid of it before your freaking car stinks like hell.
For sure.
Yeah, it's weed.
Yeah. Huh?
Are you close?
Nope.
You already arrived over there.
So they're throwing away 2 pounds of weed now. Great.
Oh, you guys can see?
Well, yeah, I've been ever since because I called and they told me that that he had been transported and the guy was cool enough to like tell me,
Like location wise?
yeah, location and everything. He's like, oh, he already left this morning. So I just been like keeping tabs, like yo, in 10 hours, the ride is like about 10 hours. Right around 5 o'clock, I checked and nothing. And then I checked around 6 o'clock and it said, whatever it was, I told him news and shit in Tallahassee, saying that he had arrived.
Oh, it's already in the news?
It was, yeah, the Tallahassee news.
But not here, right?
No, not here, not here.
Oh, okay.
Not here at all.
I don't think it's weed weed that Charlie gave her. He was giving her little bags at a time. I mean, nothing really. But this sounds like a big bag, and it's probably something that Sigfredo was holding. That's my guess.
No, because I just don't want it to make like a shit show again on the TV.
I don't think it's coke. I don't think it's coke. I mean, they're really going on about the smell stinking out the car. It doesn't happen so much. Coke.
TV and whatever.
Yeah.
Forget it. Dog, I was so embarrassed today in school. I don't know if like the security guard was trying to say something, like, or I mean not the security guard, some teacher, and I was just like, oh, this is like so embarrassing for my kids. Like, I mean, like that's why we're such active.
Yeah, that's why, Katie. You have to kind of think further along the line and then 30 grand and new tits. Embarrassing for your kids. And that's the least of their fucking worries. They've lost both of their parents, Katie. At least Ben and Lincoln only lost one.
Parents in their school.
Actually, I do think it would be better if Ben and Lincoln lost the other parent as well. She's a dangerous, dangerous influence.
Like, we go to every function, and it's like, okay. Yeah, which is like, okay. Oh, because
But you're going to have to kind of get over that. And,
I know.
Just live your life. And know that you're going to eventually have to talk to somebody in that school so they can kind of reach out to Ethan. The baby, she's too small, huh?
No, I stopped her because I can't afford for her. She goes to an expensive school.
You took her out of it?
Yeah, I know everybody. It's a smaller school setting. Imagine.
Mm.
So I was just like, I'm not gonna have her embarrassed, I gotta watch out for them.
Well, they were definitely banging. I mean, she looked better before that she'd been in jail for 6 years, eating all that shit, not exercising. I mean, she really filled out.
I can't have like a kid coming up to my son, and Ethan's older. I can't have a kid coming up to him and being like, oh yeah, my.
Plus, Charlie likes Asian-looking women.
Mommy, you never know. That's why I'm just trying to finish the school year, and then that's it. Like, I can't. I feel like they're looking at me like weird. I don't know.
No, I don't know. Don't even worry about that shit.
I don't care about me. I care about my kids. You know what I mean? Like don't look at him like weird. Like, don't assume shit. Like,
What, assume like what? That you're a murderer? There's that murderer's kids. I think that's her son. Maybe he'll grow up to be a murderer as well, just like his mother.
Oh, whatever. Yeah. I have to. That's the only way I can be. It's just I have a lot of things to take care of, so I have a fucking apartment shit. It's like I wish I could just like take every.
Katie, you've got like 3 months before you're arrested. Well, what date is this call? Let's check. This is June 1st, 2016. She was arrested in August, right? I think so. So 2 months. 2 months and a little bit. I think it was August 10th, but I'm going completely on memory.
Out and that's it. You know, I'm not worried about it. Just sweep it off. But all right, don't forget to do that now.
All right, well, all right.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Man.
Oh no, August 1st. It's exactly 2 months after that call. Okay, I think we should leave it there, guys. 4 hours 45. But then again, there's still people in chat. I mean, should we just put the 25-minute call on? Let's have a look at the poll. What did the poll say? Hey, let's show the new people that have come into the chat what the poll is about. Look at this image, this comment someone sent. I'm blocking your channel from getting recommended on my page because of the obnoxious alteration of the thumbnail. Only the worst do that because their videos can't stand on their own. It's disgusting. And our poll was, oh, let's go and grab, I've got to show you the thumbnail. It's this one. What? What a weird comment. This guy's got like 12 subscribers, so whatever. But the poll was, did this person mean the comment to be a joke? And 78% said no. Oh. Yeah, I guess we'll do, I mean, you know, it just seems crazy to end the stream when there's people here. Let's do another call. No.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Your phone was weird. It was like it was doing a dial tone.
Yeah, it was weird. I tried picking it up and you weren't there.
Oh, it didn't want to. Okay, what the fuck is that? All right. No, I was just gonna tell you, like, I was gonna see you later. So.
I that you what?
I'm gonna pass by, like, where you left my shit.
Oh, you okay?
Okay.
Are you? Is that you getting in the car now?
I whole freaking gas. Like, I was like, oh my god, please, I don't want to stuck in the highway. Huh?
Are you at the gas station or you're at my house now?
I'm at the gas station, actually.
Okay.
So, what was I gonna say? So has anything been up? Nothing? How's work?
Good. Boring day. Boring day.
Huh?
Boring. Yeah. Sometimes boring's a good thing.
Yeah.
Listen, I thought really hard. I didn't know what a married man with kids wants for his birthday. So I thought if I was married and I had kids, what would I want for my birthday?
A fucking dildo?
Exactly.
That's what you did.
But I forgot to get I didn't have time to get a card from Hallmark to say exactly what I wanted to say, so I didn't get
You're
a
never
card.
good at expressing yourself anyways.
I never get anything for myself anyway. But anyway, I think I hit the nail on the head with the birthday present. I think I hit it out of the park.
Wow.
Call me
That's
after.
possible.
I know.
What was I gonna say? Like,
Nancy, this is, talk jury. This is April 29th, 2016. So 10 days after the bump. And they're laughing and joking.
I'm just saying, like, nobody's gonna look at me like funny and shit, like, don't need
No,
it, right?
I know. The other day I told Bud that you may stop by and grab something.
Oh, okay, because, like, I just don't want anybody to be like, hey, what the fuck are you doing?
No.
Yes. I mean, like, hey, what's up? Can you, like, roll this for me, please?
Well, tell me, how far are you from the house?
Like, right now.
Are you there now?
About to.
Okay. Call me after you open it. It's
So
two
the number enter,
Take
open,
your
and then
take your
come
shirt
out.
off. Take your shirt off.
Huh?
Read the number. Take your shirt off so you can read the number that you wrote down.
Ah, you're so stupid. You're so stupid.
Wouldn't it be easier to just write it on your hand so you don't have to get undressed to remember the
You're
number?
a fucking idiot. You're just so weird. I don't know, man. Sometimes, I don't know. Some people think alike.
Listen, I can be good looking or I could be smart, and I choose to be good looking.
Well, who told you that lie, bro?
Listen, it wouldn't be fair to everybody if I was good looking and smart. So I said, God,
This is the range. This is the one that I was supposed to have.
I said, just make me good looking.
Let's swap right now.
What's that?
Let's make it range. Yeah, good. Is your camera on?
Is my what?
Is your camera on?
My what?
Camera, bro.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, I don't want to, like, I don't want you catching me, like, picking my nose and shit.
Don't key the range.
Huh?
Don't key it.
No,
Cameras everywhere. See, the range looks
dude,
good, right?
I'm fucking small.
What?
I'm small.
What's small?
I'm small.
Dude, the range looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hold on, stay on the phone with me.
Alright.
Damn, you know what's the come up? This Ferrari over here.
Ferrari. You spent how much on the Ferrari? And you said it was your dream car? Just think, you spend the same thing on a ring, you get your dream girl. Like Junko. My dream girl is 19.
How much did you put in here, bro? My car's gonna smell.
It's an air freshener.
Oh my god. No, what the fuck? I don't want to look at it right now. That was the keys of the Ferrari. That would have been a good present.
You'd be like, fun. I got you something.
Huh?
Yeah, that's just what you needed to do.
What?
Bring the Ferrari home as a birthday present.
Yeah, bro, did you double bag it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then. Okay. Let me... Fucking trunk. What is going to put in the fucking trunk, though?
Did you open it?
Huh? No.
You just throw it in your trunk?
I'm about to.
Okay, I thought you were going to open it first.
Why?
Right. Just open it when you get home.
Why?
Hold on 1 second. Okay. Hold on 1 second.
He's going back to the dentist thing now. Take 2 in the morning and 2 at night, but always on an empty stomach.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's so hot.
Did you open it?
No, I didn't.
Alright, then you're gonna open it when you get home.
Oh, why? What if it's in there? Like fucking
There was a gift card.
heroin?
Gift card.
Oh, I thought there was heroin. Because you know, I heard out in the streets that you like to do that stuff. Who's this freaking Hummers, huh?
It shouldn't be a Hummer.
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke. I was keeping her happy. I thought she was protecting me.
Oh yeah, you run it.
This is all in the context of that, guys. Okay. This is what he's referring to when he's saying, "I thought she was protecting me from the Latin kings."
Run them through the machine. Just wipe them with the Kawass side and then run them all three through the machine. Thank you. Where's their Hummer?
Or a fucking truck or whatever, but in Bud's yard.
Oh no, Bud got a Jeep. It's like a fucking badass. It's blue. He got like a 4-door, like sniper edition.
Raw ass Jeep.
Yeah.
And I almost feel like going by the farm store. It's a little ironic. Both of us next to a farm store.
Farm store is awesome. You live by a farm
ironic.
store too? You live by a farm store too?
Yeah.
Farm
I've
store's
been
great.
through that. Oh my God, it's so fucking hot. It was like a great beach day. I should have just jumped on your boat.
You can take the boat anytime. Honestly, FYI also,
no, I'm gonna buy my own, okay? I don't need anybody's hand-me-downs. It's yours. What's yours is yours, and I don't want to mess anything.
Do you want me to sell you my boat?
No, it's okay. I'll look for one, man.
Mine's probably not fancy enough anyway. But by the way, if you
man,
want,
you know what? I really wish you would have given me that bubble. I miss that car.
You think so?
Yeah. You don't miss it? You give people character to have that type of car.
I was driving it. You know what I didn't like about it? Honestly, I got pulled over a few times, and people profiled me in that car.
Of course. But I remember one day you went inside the office and you said, I was like, yo, what is up with this dude? Like, fucking, you look like a hobo. Like, I'm like, I've heard things about you, and I'm like, ew. And like, your hair was like, oh, I haven't gotten a haircut. And you're like, I have no AC. And I'm just like, yo, the fuck? Nigga, I got AC in my car. The dog doesn't have an AC. And you were driving that car. You should have told me that from the get. I would have been like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that car.
That's cool.
The only thing with the range, I mean, I'd be happy to trade it out with you. The only thing with the range is that when that thing breaks, it's going to be like $3,000, $4,000.
No, I already have my heart set on what I want to get.
What do you want to get?
I want to get the friggin' Escalade.
Oh, the
It's either I'm gonna get the Escalade or I'm gonna get the fucking a Suburban. Like, I have my heart set out on it. So.
Yeah, and I could tell you something else. Since that car was made in like '04, when they weren't looking to like save money on like gas and shit, my Range Rover gets like 9 miles per gallon. I've never driven a car that bad on gas. Ever.
Oh yeah. No.
But it makes the Lexus look like a fucking like sip gas. It's twice as bad as Lexus. So, I'll tell you what, we'll figure something out. We'll see what we can do about cars in the future. And just figure it out. I mean, right now it's nice in that no car payments.
Yeah,
like,
no.
Honestly, you talk to people, and the two biggest expenses they have outside of childcare are house payment and car payments. That
oh my shit! I completely. You know what?
Hey, can I call you in like? Hey, let me call you in 15 minutes in the car.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Now we've got one from May 3rd.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Good to hear your voice. How's my boy?
Good. Just finished a long day.
Oh,
How's your boy? Donna, it's how's your golden prince? Okay?
boy. We are at hold the elevator, Ben. We are at Wendy's house, just returning the boys. She had to meet a colleague from the new law firm to dinner. Did you just check on your phone?
Yeah. She met a colleague from the new law firm for dinner. A man, a man that owns a yacht. I bet it's a man that owns a yacht.
No. Give me 1 second in the elevator, Charlie. If I lose you, I'll call you right back, okay?
Sure.
Just going up. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm talking to Uncle Charlie. The boatman, the man who's going to captain our ship on Sunday, right? Can you still hear me?
What's that?
Hello? Oh, good. I thought I would lose you in the elevator. That's good. You didn't. So they are bathed and had dinner and everything. They're just going to put their PJs on and get a story, and then they are off to sleep. So where are you?
I'm on 95. I'm just headed home.
Yeah. How far from home are you?
What's that?
Long ride? Short ride?
It's like 10 minutes from the house. 15 minutes.
Good.
It's not bad.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
good.
Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. So your day went well?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, just a long day. So, I mean, it's like 11 hours of standing without a break.
Yeah, that's a long day. A long day. Dad got home about an hour ago, and Lincoln said, Grandpa, you don't have to work tomorrow. And Dad said, no, Lincoln, I do. I have to see patients. He said, well, that's not right, because you're the boss. You could stay home and play with me if you want to. He likes the idea that Grandpa's the boss.
Dude, that's perfect.
It is, actually. It is.
No, I mean, we should keep it to 2 days a week until, and every once, like we've been doing, like until you have a big case, you can fill the third day. Otherwise, 2 days a week.
Yep.
I mean, remember how many times you were like, well, what about the patient that comes? And I'm like,
oh, I have a whole new attitude. My son taught me something different.
I mean, what do you think? The place is going to fucking burn down because Dad's not there to
that's
check
exactly.
for...
That's exactly right.
To check for a filling. The place is going to burn down. You know what?
You know what? You become so used to that's your routine. That's what you do. You need to be here, all that you don't think any other way.
No, until someone comes along and says, why?
Yeah.
And you're like, whoa, that 8 o'clock hygiene appointment, you know what? Fuck them. How many patients have we lost because we don't have that 8 o'clock hygiene available?
Yeah. I know.
How many?
I think 1 or 2.
Okay, so we've lost
out of a
2
whole
patients.
practice. Yeah.
You're going to have more patients die in our practice this year than the 1 or 2 that don't come because you don't have an 8 o'clock hygiene.
I know. I mean it's crazy, right?
Yeah, and you were like running your circle, your life around, I got to be there for that 8 o'clock hygiene check. I'm like, no.
No, I know.
And then how many, unless the schedule's packed, don't go in for the day.
I know. I get you, believe me.
And the funny thing is, I mean, I haven't seen the numbers, but I wonder how much different the numbers are for the office with doing 2 days versus 3.
Yeah, Dad. You already work 3 days a week. Take a fucking day off.
I know. You know what? I am sure they're not much different. I'm sure they're not.
And that's about 33% less time. It's a lot of time.
It's a lot of time. I know.
And
the thing is, I think it's because the hygiene is so well booked. That the income doesn't suffer. And if there's anything that they're concerned. Yeah, but anything they're concerned about, they just take an X-ray. Dad looks at it. They send it to him, or he looks at it the next day.
This is all after the bump, This is all. It sounds pretty business as usual, doesn't it?
Or, Mom, worst case scenario, bring the patient back on the day that Dad's there.
Yeah, no, of course.
I mean, and you know what makes it flexible is having the late night.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So
Absolutely.
you can see a lot more patients if Dad stays till 8 or 9 that one night. Then, I think it's awesome.
Oh, it is.
So he doesn't start till 1 on Wednesdays, and we're just 12 on Tuesdays.
And Tuesday, today is 10. Monday is 11 if he works on a Monday. Tuesday is 10. And Wednesday is 1 to 7.
Because you almost want, I guess.
Or he goes
like
in
that.
earlier. Sometimes he'll go to 12 to 7. It just depends on, what he's got. He's got an extra patient, they'll book an extra one, or they work an hour later. But most of the time we can fit him in because he doesn't want a lunch on those days because it's, he has a later breakfast. He works out of the gym. He has a later breakfast, so he's not hungry until dinner.
For 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and day goes by much quicker when you do it like that too.
It does.
And there's no traffic heading back when you leave the office at 7:30.
Yeah, it's been better lately. The days that he does real late, like if he stays with you and comes back real late, he ends up with a mess because they close off the lanes on 95. They don't.
Well, no, not till after 10.
Right, and that's when if you leave
Or after
even
11.
No.
Is it 10?
Harvey, was it after 9 or 10 that you get stuck on the highway?
No, it's got to be after 10.
After 10?
Yeah. So what happens is he leaves. Yeah. So you got to pretty much leave the office by 9:15.
Right. Exactly.
But after 6 o'clock, traffic really dies down.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. He got home today. It was at 6:45. So he had a little something at the house. The boys already had dinner. They had their bath, and now we're here. And she sent me an email that said she should be back by 9, I think. It's just somebody from the new law firm, and I think she's going to have a lot of these because it's each one of them wants to spend an evening, and it's hard for her to do lunches because she can't take that much time at lunch because she's got stuff going on with the judge and other stuff from this firm. Ben, go put your shirt on, please.
So I don't know if I told you this. I got Wendy to accept that job with the law firm.
With who?
She told me she was going to accept. After I got done, I went on the walk with her. She said she was going to accept that job. She was thinking about not taking it.
I think because it's not what she wants, but it's only about.
But I said, Wendy, first of all, there's no time frame on it.
Right.
And if you change your mind, you change your mind. So, but you'll pick up skills you don't have.
Right.
And
that's right.
Basically, now's not the time to just chill and become a guidance counselor at Miami. You're way overqualified.
But she can't get hired. She can't get hired anyway. There's nothing there.
No. They offered her a job at UM. The dean called her up at UM.
Oh, she didn't tell me that.
Yeah, but it would have been basically as a.
Yeah, she's just not qualified to be a guidance counselor.
Not a guidance counselor, but an advisor or whatever it was.
Oh.
She's no. It's basically it would have been brainless work for her.
Mm.
She said the way she said it. She said even the dean called her up to ask her to take the job.
Mm.
But the thing is, I'm like, Wendy, you have to get as much skill as you can now.
Right.
If this is a skill you just got done telling me you don't really know how to do, now's the time to go learn that skill, not later.
Right.
You need to learn it. So at least you can learn it and say you don't like it. You can learn it. You can make a bunch of money. That's the whole thing is that she can, I'm like, Wendy, and then you might as well do it to see if you even like it. She's like, well, it's not really what I like. I'm like,
but she's never done it.
Right, but you've never done it, so you really don't. You don't know until you. It's like dentistry. Until you practice dentistry, you don't really know what it's like.
Exactly.
So I got her to do that, and then the other thing I was going to tell you is she asked me if Dave could come to the house for Mother's Day.
Oh, she asked you.
Yeah, if I would mind, and I said, of course I mind. Don't bring him. I told her. I said, yeah, bring him. She texted me the other day.
Oh,
And I
really?
said, yeah, bring him. The more the merrier.
You know, why not? It's fun.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean,
Listen, I wouldn't care if you take the kids and her and Dave out on the boat for an hour. You know,
oh yeah,
and I
no,
hang by the pool just to have, you know, a nice
whatever we do. But yeah, no, I told her, of course, bring him. I mean, I'm sure you'd rather her go spend the day with him than you anyway. You know, that's the best Mother's Day present you could have given me. Go spend the day with him.
You know what? I'm happy. As you know, I'm super happy.
Yeah.
I hear that. So thank
Oh
you.
yeah, no, I thought that'd be your best Mother's Day present this year. Wendy wants to bring Dave.
Yay.
She's developing a brain.
She's developing a brain. That's right. And you know what? I have to walk away so they don't hear me. You know what Ben said to me before? I said, Ben, you know, because he's not. And both boys are not very good at hugging and kissing, and it always makes Wendy feel bad. I said, honey, they're boys. They're just not the way girls are. Girls are more kissy. So I said to her,
Girls are more kissy. Yeah, I bet that's what it is, Donna. And not the fucking subconscious knowledge that all of you murdered their dad. And there's something in them that senses that something is wrong here, okay? They're not comfortable. They've got Ralph Lauren stuffed down their throats, and they don't feel loved with you people. Why? Because you're not fucking capable. It's beyond you. You've got no idea what it is, you know? And that's sad. We all feel for you people, but we don't because you're fucking murderers.
Ben, I said, you know, people who love you hug and kiss. I said, that's what Grandma and Grandpa always want to get, a hug and a kiss when we say goodbye. I always did that with my mommy and daddy, and I did that with my children, and I do that with my grandchildren. So he said, yeah, it's like Dave and Mommy. They're hugging and kissing all the time because they love each other. I said, yeah, I guess so. So, you know, you can never hide anything in front of each other. You know, once they have a mouth, they open it up and they tell you everything, you know?
Yeah. No, that's great. I mean, listen, Wendy just doesn't comprehend at all how lucky she is.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, she doesn't.
It doesn't, like, register in her head how lucky she is. At all. At all. Like, not even.
This is what Wendy is aware of, how they talk about her, right? And why she's so happy that they're both fucking gonna serve the rest of their life in prison. No regret about that, Wendy, huh?
Like, nothing. It's just, which is great. You know, but at least she doesn't see herself as a victim anymore, which is great too.
I'm just happy to hear that she is spending more and more time with Dave. That's great.
Yeah, no, so she's
And the funny thing was, I actually thought about it would be nice to invite him, but then I thought, I can't do that because his wife probably has kids on Mother's Day. Maybe he wants to do something with her, even though it's an ex-wife. She's still the mother of his children.
No.
He
paid her $3 million to get lost.
That's like, a nice payment.
I wish someone
really
paid $3 million to get lost.
You get lost too for that.
Great marriage, great talk, having a good life.
It's been nice. Thank you very much, and I will get lost. I appreciate it.
That's awesome.
So yeah. You know what? Thank you for sharing that. Really and truly, that makes me feel better.
No, you're welcome. And I don't know what time June's doing stuff with her family, her mom, but I may.
1 second. He went down there to the bathroom. So Charlie's good. He's on his way home. You're probably home already, right?
Yeah, I just pulled his dog. Okay. But I will. June may come. It just depends if. What do you call it? If I don't know what she's doing with her mom that day. If she's doing dinner or what. I know we're doing it like 12 o'clock, right?
Yeah, it's better in the afternoon. It's better for the kids too.
Yeah.
You need a little help? Okay. So she helped us one day when you have boys and you have children. This is what you get. Hold on a second.
You get grandparents to do 85% of the work for you.
I know. Let me take a look. I think your tissue's clean. Let me see. Good job, Lincoln. Good job. Yeah. No, it's perfectly clean. Good job. Sometimes it comes out like that. You don't have to do anything, right? That's great. Okay, here's your pants. We'll put these back on. There you go. Let's come out this way, honey. Okay. So, yeah, that'd be great if June comes. I'd like to see her. So you take it easy, and we will play it cool and relax. But, it's just an easy day when it's by the pool. What besides lobster do you usually order? And how much do you think I should order? There'll be
What size lobster do you usually order? And how much do you think I should order? Because we're fancy, classy people, okay? We order lobster. We go and pick up the lobster and we bring it home.
Yeah, so there'll be figure 2, 4,
I usually order
5 to 6 adults. The kids eat nothing. I'm going to bring.
You think they'll like fried chicken?
Would you eat fried chicken, Lincoln? Let me think about that.
I usually get a couple pieces. I'm going to go up, but I usually get them a couple pieces of fried chicken, coleslaw, potato salad.
1 minute, Lincoln. Ben, give me 1 minute. I'm going to answer.
And some lobsters.
And how many? Well, tell me how many lobsters. I don't usually order.
I'll order them. Well, I'll order them on Saturday. It's not a big deal.
I don't want you paying for it. So
I know that's why you're doing this, Mom. You're not going to order them ahead of time, are you?
Well, I thought if I called tomorrow, then I've got it set aside. Wednesday.
No, I'll call them Friday. They'll have plenty of lobsters. It's not going to be a big deal.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I have my own lobster tab with the restaurant. So I just call them up. I say a number, and they get the lobsters.
Place the order, but we're going to pick up.
I say to them when I pick them up, I say, just put it on my lobster tab, okay? Charlie Adelson, lobster tab.
Okay.
Whatever you want, fine.
Yes. Let me pick up.
It'll be $250. It doesn't matter.
I don't care.
Speaking of that, did you mail my ticket in for the?
I did both of those tickets. It was like at least a week ago.
I've gotten out of 2 speeding tickets also in the last 3 weeks also.
Oh, Jesus.
You know what I do? I work at Broward General in the ER. There's an unwritten rule.
Listen to this fucking idiot. There's an unwritten rule. And I know that because I have a lobster tab. And when I get my lobster, they tell me the unwritten rule at Broward General.
That they will never give a ticket to an ER doctor.
Really?
Because if they get hurt, the first face they're going to go see is you. And every cop knows that. If they get hurt on the job, the first place they're going is Broward.
Really?
They're going to the Broward. Yeah.
He actually believes this, right? This is not real.
Go to Broward General.
We went over this ridiculousness of this the other day.
They're going to the ER, Broward General. So do you want to look up and see the face of the guy you just gave a ticket to when you walk in there?
That's funny. I would never have thought that.
Yeah, Jerry told me that. He's like, man, I got out like 8 or 9 tickets. I go, how? He told me. So I got pulled over. Remember I told you I was in the HOV lane with no driver's license and a handgun underneath my seat? He ran the license. He ran the VIN number on the serial number on the handgun and told me just be safe and try to stay out of the HOV.
Sounds good.
No driver's license. That's how he asked me if I had a handgun because I didn't have my driver's license. I handed him my concealed weapons permit.
Yeah.
He said, do you have a gun in the car? I said, yeah, it's underneath my front seat. He goes, can you step out of the vehicle? So I did. But illegal tint, gun underneath the seat, and no driver's license. No ticket.
Illegal tint, gun under the seat. What was the other one? Whatever. No ticket. No ticket. There's an unwritten rule. If you have a lobster tab, they don't give you a ticket.
No, they love the docs, and I'm in my uniform.
It's amazing.
So, all right, let me go. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Okay. Thank you. I love you, honey. Bye.
Okay, we're 5 hours 19 minutes stream tonight, guys. That's too long. We gotta go. So we'll see you tomorrow. But I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow that we are taking a break from this trial. because we've got to do another thing, right? We've got to mix it up. It's part 12 already. There's been 12 streams. If you haven't seen the first 11, go and check those out on our channel page. And yeah, I'll let you know. But it should be around the same time, 9 o'clock, 8 or 9, probably 9. I don't know, maybe 8. We'll wait and see. Subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment. Support the channel on buymeacoffeemaker.com. And yeah, there's other links. There's social media links in the description. Thanks so much to everybody for being here, and to the chatters and the supporters and the moderators. Fantastic. We will see you tomorrow, guys. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Adios.